Hello, everyone. I'm Dren Hatamata. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful meal. Now, before we start,
What?
I've got a little story to tell.
That story would be?
So, what we did today wasn't too much, but we went and got some Chinese for Thanksgiving dinner. It was nice.
We
It was
tried.
lovely. Oh, we tried. We had to get Arby's. That's right. Yeah, everything was actually closed, which I'm actually kind of impressed with. So yeah, we got Arby's and then some, and then we decided, you know what? Let's all play a game together. And we decided to play Mario Kart 8. I'd completely forgotten it was even
Switch.
on my Switch. Yeah. Well, while we were playing, and because I thought I'd go ahead and jump the gun and make sure I said this myself.
What fun is fucking What fun is very pissed off?
I've pissed off my lovely Whiffbund.
I had a win, and he stole it from me, and it was on a good map that I actually enjoyed. Dren Hatamata has pissed me off. So he now owes me dinner and possibly a couple of other things if he's gonna press his damn luck.
We were playing a relatively competitive game.
As long as one of us came in fucking first place, it wasn't really a big deal. We just wanted to get the gold. But
That was the main goal, but I knew it was her. I knew it was them.
Ah! You admit it! You fucker! You fucker! You admit it. Admit it? You did. You fucking admit it? I knew it. You fucker! No, Dren's screaming and he's going into detail about how he stole my damn way! Oh, he's screaming. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was just recounting the game.
You do schnozzle!
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so playing Mario Kart 8. You know, turns out it's not so different from say Mario Party
Dren
or
owes me dinner! Spencer Bass Restaurant. It was so close to winning. And it was on one of my favorite fucking maps! You do schnozzle!
it was also right before the finish line.
Yes, it was! It was literally before the finish line. And I had it! I fucking had it. I actually had tears come to my eyes. I was that frustrated. I was so upset.
I'm sorry. I
No,
am.
you're not.
I am. I love you.
You lied.
I do not.
You flipping lied.
So, the lesson here is don't play Mario Kart. It can be just as bad as Uno or just as bad as Mario Party.
Do you want to go into detail about how you stole my 2 damn stars like 10 years ago, too?
That'll be a story for another time.
Dren Hatamata. On the stream, he admits that he owes me. And he owes me an expensive dinner and possibly some other things that I'm not going to get into right here.
And a rematch?
No, because you'll just take it from me again.
You don't know that. I love you.
You'll just take it from me. I don't trust this shit. Right now, I don't trust you. You still won't win, and you stole my stars, and now.
So yeah, beware Mario Kart 8 because it will tear apart relationships, evidently.
Douche nozzle.
I love you. Anyway,
Douche nozzle.
happy Thanksgiving. Hope you all had a wonderful meal. Now I'm going to continue off from where we left off last time on this list of 8,830 creepypasta, various stories, and go down the list. Now, what I want to do is I want to do it mostly in silence, where narration is pretty much all I have on my end. So if you have another device or a way to put background music on, by all means, feel free to. Anything that you might think works with the ambiance, or what have you. And basically something to be able to kind of close your eyes if you wanted to, and just listen. Let's see, we got... Oh, Joe Gogo, how's it going? And Mr. Deer.
Hey, Dragogo, did you know Dren is a stooge?
Love you. Pissed my whiff bund off.
He owes me dinner. Just to quote it, Tina, you fat lard, come and get your dinner.
Alright. The last thing we left off was actually a recipe for alien brain hemorrhage. It was right there. I'm not going to read it again, but we'll be starting off with alien. There's always been a theory dashing around humans. The theory is there is a life outside of our planet. That theory is technically correct, but I don't think it's really what you are looking for. There is life outside our planet, a single life, a single alien, a very lonely alien. All it wants is a few friends, but sadly, it's too far for your technology to travel at this time. I inform you of this not because it's dangerous, but because it's endangered. You human freaks need to speed up your technology and save it before these monsters get there. There are a ton of those. The monsters that threaten this poor alien are the ones that can easily be stopped if you have a Model 9 AGS 9021 compactable laser rifle. But you shouldn't have one of those for a few hundred years. So, that is to say, they're nearly unstoppable at this time. But you can find it on the alien's planet. It doesn't know it, but it holds one of the strongest weapons of all time in its tiny infant hands. If you can reach it in time, I'll kindly give it to you. If not, the monsters will surely have ripped it from the alien's cold, dead hands, making the species extinct. The species used to have millions. It used to be one of the most feared races in the universe. Those monsters, different from these, wiped them out. Now, as I said earlier, the alien shouldn't be feared, but what you should be afraid of is the fact that the home planet for these monsters is Earth. And I'm pretty sure that was their shuttle they just sent off, not yours. By Ivory Loves You. That's an interesting one, an interesting concept that turns the script around. You know that having stores like this probably isn't very traditional, but when the hell have I ever been traditional? Nothing wrong with a little creepy side for Christmas and Thanksgiving. It's a Halloween season, not a Halloween day, as far as I'm concerned. And frankly, we need to get more Halloween decorations and creepy atmosphere. Alright. Let me go ahead and mark this off before I forget about it. I've got where I'm marking off wherever I leave off the last story I read. Alright. So the way this is right now is it starts by listing in regards to how many pages. This is why there's a whole bunch of single pages, which means we're going to go through a lot of these. And those individual sets for one page are all in alphabetical order. So once we get to the bottom, let's see, 388, 373, 153, 88, 79, 77. Yes, those are going to be a lot. And NES Godzilla Creepypasta might take a while. So that way we can sit there and at least observe the pictures, but at least there's not solid. Uh, it's not solid text. Alyssa. To avoid any confusion, this pasta takes place in the future. There you go. Pasta. I remember you. After all these terrible years, I still remember. I bet you thought I forgot. No, I'll never forget. 20 years later, I still remember. You're on live TV. People claim that you are the best politician in the USA. You are protesting about the rights of homosexuals or something like that. I still remember. 2 months later, I've heard you've decided to run for president. People are going crazy over the first female candidate for president. We could have accomplished so much, but you failed to recognize me. I was always as smart as you, not smarter. You've won the election. You are the first female U.S. president. It pains me to say this, but congratulations, Alyssa. I know you. Do you remember? Outside the White House is where I am, admiring the intricate design. It was beautiful until you became president. You never recognized my intelligence. It brings me pleasure. Your slow death, your neck in my hands. I see your face go pale, your attempts to escape my grasp ceasing. Goodbye. I'll miss you. This wouldn't have happened if only you would have recognized my intelligence. Goodbye, Alyssa. I feel like there's a little more perspective that we don't quite understand, that this amount of text doesn't really inform as much. Conceptually, it's interesting, but it's lacking in regards to canonical information that lets us understand a little bit more about what's actually going on. Because it's kind of vague on recognizing the intelligence. It comes off as a bit of a jealous thing, perhaps. A little interesting. Definitely not terrible, as many of the prior ones have been in between. All alone. There is something I've been noticing more and more of lately. Something that bothers me. But doesn't seem to bother others quite as much. Something that I never really thought about, but now that I do, I realize that it's always been there. Just try to understand me while I explain this, will you? I have always felt some feeling of absence whenever I was with other people. Nothing major, but it was always there in the back of my head. This weird feeling, something that made me think. There are so many people in this world. Then why is it a normal human being only knows up to, 150 people at the same time? In the sense that you have a meaningful relationship with them? But still, there are billions more on this world that you don't know or see. What if those people don't exist? What if those people you do know don't exist? What if I was alone on this world? What if I was sitting there, desperately trying to get a reply to my thoughts that was never going to even matter? Because it isn't real. What if this all wasn't real? Maybe something here is made all this up for me just to feel like I belong here. But maybe I'm the only human alive. And maybe I'm the only human that has ever been alive. Maybe I'm just some crazy experiment of what people call God. Maybe they know more than I do, or ever did. Maybe I finally found it out. Will it be mad? Will it kill me? Maybe I. Maybe I should end it before it can end it for me. But then again, hey, cat, why? Cat, why? Okay. But then again, this could be just me thinking this. all alone. I like some of the psychological thought horror that just tries to invade your mind and give you the thoughts that create a sense of either isolation or terror by not the story itself, by putting something in the back of your mind. And I feel like it's now, because I just saw something, that there should be a trigger warning, and I should probably put that in the descriptions from now on, so I should edit that. In fact, I can edit it right now for what it's worth. Let me go ahead and edit the description to have applicable trigger warnings. Come on. Sweet. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Potential if a topic comes up, feel free to leave the stream. There we go. And save. There we go. Just in case, because there are these are horror stories. Different forms or different things that can be sent into horror, and let's face it, we know that this can go into some fairly dark territory. And I will censor myself here and there whenever I can catch it, but conceptually, it's not going to stop you from understanding what's going on, so be warned, and feel free to click away at any time that you start feeling uncomfortable with a story that I'm reading. Maybe come back in a few minutes or so if you want, or just leave it well enough alone. I'm not going to blame you. No one's going to blame you for not being comfortable with a certain story or certain concepts or topics. By all means, keep yourself comfortable. There's no reason you should feel like you have to be here. So, by all means, the next story, All Hallows Eve. Backstory. Have you ever had a really good friend? You know, the type that you've known since kindergarten? Well, my life has always been a paranormal hotspot. I remember how I was fascinated by monsters and beings and all that stuff. Anyways, I had this really good friend named Alice. I'm keeping her real name a secret. Alice was a great friend and had always been there for me. Whether in school or on Facebook, she was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. I remember meeting her in kindergarten through currently going. I remember meeting her in kindergarten through current going out with her. It's a little grammar error, I think. Trust me, if you were going out with her, you would be the happiest man alive. But I will never remember that day. That hopeless day. I will never. Whatever. At the time, I lived in the craziest fucking neighborhood you could have possibly imagined. Gang fights were on the fucking daily basis. Stores were going out of business. Gang fights and killing were at my neighborhood. Stores were going out of business. Gang fights and killing were what my neighborhood was remembered for. My friend John, Alice, and I always hung out in an abandoned trailer on the beach, which no one goes to. That one day we were hanging out, and John asked me to get soda and snacks, the usual. It took an hour, but the walk to and from. It took an hour, but the walk to and from there has always been calm and relieving. I saw the trailer bouncing in a weird way. As I opened it, there was Alice getting hard by John. I couldn't believe it. I just stood there watching while she screamed at me. That one word she happened to mutter haunted me for the rest of my life. Help. I made a run for it, never seeing any of them again. All Hallows Eve. It's been 3 years exactly since the date of her art. It was also Halloween. I didn't dress up, but I gave out candy to hyperactive kids who seemed too spoiled to get any. I was ready to get some sleep since there wasn't any trick or treaters for the past hour or so. Then I saw a masked man in the doorway. Of course, he had a knife in his hand. I ran and tackled him, screaming, "Motherfucker, get out of my house!" We fought for quite some time until I realized who he was. John. Tears rolled down my face, anger into my fists. I had a message to tell him for 3 years. Die, son of a bitch! I pulled his knife and gave him one stab to the chest. Impaled to the wall, he let out a final. I pulled his knife and gave him one stab to the chest. Impaled to the wall, he let out his final breath. See you next Halloween. He fell dead with an evil grin on his face. I stared at his smiling, lifeless body. I fell to my knees and whispered in his ears, I will see you there. That was interesting. It is kind of like a Halloween Michael Myers kind of thing. Somehow he always comes back, even though he seems to keep dying. Apparently, or is it Jason? I don't know. One lives despite dying, and one seems to be unable to die, as far as I can understand it. All the same, humans all look the same. We all claim to possess things that make us unique or one of a kind. Our physical appearance certainly reinforces our delusion. Reinforce this delusion. The whole eyes, skin, and hair side of the token. It's even said we're different on the inside. Understanding, conniving, misguided, committed. All of these are terms we complacently give ourselves. On the contrary, it is all very different. People are monotonous in nature. They have short-lived nobility. But after about a month without the average human being, day-to-day interactions become mundane. For most of my life, it's been going through the motions. Being an anatomy professor, I'm very familiar with the clockwork of the human body. I specialized in the line of study because I once found it fascinating how we function inside and out. Now, my profession is but a mere guise for a much worthier cause: to change others. Change must sometimes be ushered in by nothing more than sheer force. I lure young, unsuspecting college students into helping me move some supplies, or offer tutoring to the student in class with a blank expression and a lazy slouch. It is then that they become part of the ultimate solution, willing or not. That is true individuality. Arms and legs are switched with each other. Noses, eyes, and ears are manipulated and stretched to proportions that are simply cutting edge. The nerve endings are all respectively attached so the newly placed limbs is functional, and so the subject is still alive. After all, change has no purpose without practicality. Soon everyone will be different. They won't be at all the same. You're probably more of the same, but do not worry. Change is coming. Seems like one of those things where you go through some point of derangement, I suppose. Something that fascinates you in not the same way as others. I suppose that's part of the point. Interesting. Interesting. All toasters toast toast. You know what they say? All toasters toast toast. Mario. Do you know that feeling? That feeling you get when something happens that's called. That feeling you get when something happens that's called a coincidence? And I'm not talking about some small coincidental thing. The thing about coincidences is that you can look at it from 2 points of view. You can look at it as if it's meant to be, just like two things that happen, a specific kind of thing that makes a weird combination if you put them together. Just a common thing people see as weird if they look just a common thing people see as weird if they look at it a certain way. The weird thing can't just the weird thing can't grammar, words. The weird thing can't be just a coincidence. It has to mean something. With that said, I'll start to tell you my story. Look at this coincidence the way you want to. I respect the way look at the coincidence the way you want to, but respect the way I and other people see these odd things. It all started on a normal morning. I woke up and got dressed and went downstairs. No one home. People who know me know that I don't really like to eat breakfast. I get sick easily, so I always eat some fast food. I always eat the same food in the morning. I think it's typically Dutch, so no English word for it, I guess. But this morning, there were none left. So I looked to see if there was any yogurt left. No yogurt. I stood in the kitchen for a while, not knowing what to eat. Suddenly, I smelled burning food. I looked around, but it certainly wasn't coming from my house. After the smell had gone, I could finally recognize it. Burnt toast. So I decided to make myself some toast. I got the toaster out, I put a slice of bread in it. I knew it was going to take a while, so I decided to watch TV. Since I'm really interested in ghosts and other paranormal occurrences, I decided to go watch Fact or Faked on Sci-Fi, which is a show where they're going to look if paranormal UFO footage is real or fake. This time, they had a case featuring a ghost which looked like smoke. After a few minutes, I heard the bread jamming out of the toaster. I heard the bread jumping out of the toaster, so I walked back into the kitchen. As soon as my eyes focused on the room, I noticed a smoke cloud hang in the air. I got something that felt like a mini heart attack. Still thinking about that smoke ghost. I noticed the aroma of burnt toast. This was the moment I realized that it was just my burnt toast. And yes, when I looked at the toaster, I saw a full black burned bread slice. I quickly opened every window and door on the ground floor. I made myself some more toast, which didn't burn. After finishing breakfast and closing all of the windows, I decided to go upstairs because it was getting kind of cold due to the doors and windows being open. Upstairs, all the windows were closed, so I decided to search for some heat up there. As I was turning my computer on to the study, I started to realize that it was the exact same aroma I smelled before deciding to make toast as I smelled after burning my toast. Still surprised about the coincidence, I walked into my room. It was definitely the smell of burnt toast. So I'm not sure as far as the caption, the all toasters toast toast from Mario on uh the Saturday cartoon that would come on the Super Mario Super Show or whatever. And it is something that he said, and it's not. No, you toast bread. You don't toast toast. You burn toast when you do that. But I mean, whatever. Fucking far be it from me to tell someone what they do. Um, I like this one conceptually. I wish there was more to it, but this kind of comes a lot more down to earth. Honestly, if you're smelling burnt toast, the first thing I'd be wondering is, are you having a stroke? I believe that's one of the signs of a potential stroke. Now, if you don't know that, you might be none the wiser. And I guess there is potential you can have a small stroke, or I don't think it's the same with a heart attack. But correct me if I'm wrong. Um, if you smell burnt toast and there's not actually any being cooked, that's something concerning. And you should probably call a doctor, at least call someone and say, hey, I'm having this thing. Am I all right? And hopefully someone will guide you. So if you're smelling burnt toast and no one's cooking anything that you know of, you might want to make a call to the emergency room and say, hey, I'm having this symptom. Is there anything wrong? So, yeah, keep that in mind. So, as far as this being a coincidence, I don't think it was necessarily a coincidence as it was a potential health hazard. But at least as far as this is, it's in post, so I guess the guy's all right. So that's a way to look at it. Alleyway horrors. Welcome. I see you there. You've come to see your loved ones again, haven't you? That's what brings you to my realm. Well, I shouldn't say my realm, should I? Seeing as they don't appear to listen to anything I tell them to. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. My. You've got a lot to learn. Please, come closer. I won't bite. I'm here to help you in a way. You see, I help others along their way. I know, by the look on your face, I obviously don't need to explain how much of a bore this job is. I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Alexander. I'm a watcher. My job is to watch people and the horrific events that they call a life, which I promptly catalog, and at a certain appointed time must lead a victim through their past terrors to teach them a lesson. You're not in hell. You're somewhere much worse. At least life in hell is simple. Torture, agony, blood, and tears. However, you are not dead, nor are you to be tormented. But if you misbehave and don't do exactly as I say, I can't help but only watch while the wisps which stalk these paths take you for their sport. Your job is simple. You walk down this alleyway of horrors, and every once in a while you will come across something. You will come across almost a tale or at least a memory of an unfortunate victim of one of my colleagues. Doesn't sound that bad, does it? Remember, you're blessed to be in my company. No spell or incantation has brought you here. I chose you. Sleep is a precious thing. Don't waste it on wide-mouthed killers and ghouls wearing three-piece suits. The time has literally come to test your nerve. If you fail, my friends will take you off my hands. Needs to be a comma right there. You've actually brought yourself here. Being terrified of almost anything, reading all those stories and tales sourced from a child's mind and phobias. Being inhibited by life itself, you look up into the night sky and tremble with fear that, by some rejection of physics, you'll find yourself floating into the darkness and solitude of the stars. So be bold and brave, and may you survive the path I have set for you. Now, let me tell you a story. I like that one. I feel like there's more relatability in regards to the other person that Alexander would be ideally talking to, because the idea is that they are talking to you. And also calling people out a little bit who put themselves really far into some of these stories, further than they probably should. I'm sure some of you have likely been in this problem before, where you have to kind of take a step back and go, well, hold on a second. What am I actually afraid of? Or is this real? And stuff like that. That's one of the interesting things about these creepypasta is there is a bit of ambiguity on whether or not some of this stuff is real. Because some of these stories are real. Being a creepypasta does not inherently mean that it is a fake story or that it's not real. What it does mean is that it is a story meant to scare and unnerve the reader, and it is a story that is passed down through the internet from place to place. And you create these, basically, you create these legends and myths by reposting these on the internet here and there, which is effectively the same thing that someone like Mr. Creepypasta does on a regular basis to show these various stories. He's definitely very interesting. I've had the chance to meet him a handful of times when he's come down to the south. He had a few panels where he went over overall creepypasta, read some stories to us, and also, YouTuber advice, and he also does some games that are creepypasta based. He's also pretty funny and and really nice, by the way. And his wife is really wonderful and nice as well. All right. The alley. We have all seen that plain, dark alleyway. Once we see it, curiosity fills your mind. What is in there? Or is there gonna be anything there? But the only answer that we've all thought, just nothing. But no, there is something there. Something we aren't not one bit aware of. There's a hidden place in every alleyway, unless you're in a neighborhood or somewhere other than a city. I will tell you how to get to the hidden place. But do this at your own risk. I will only tell you what I've seen, but you may not survive. Only a few escaped. First, you need a pair of clothes, a light source. First, you need a pair of cloths, a light source, and something to defend yourself with. When you find an alley, walk to the end of it and punch the lowest left corner block. Once you have done it, you will be knocked out. You will be knocked out by someone. I am not sure who, though. Once you've woken up, you will need to use a lighter or something to light up the area. Walk around for a bit. Then you'll see a nude boy, girl somewhere, but it might be disturbing for you. The girl or boy will ask you, "Do you have some clothes?" Okay, it is clothes. Cloths. Sorry, I'm getting spelling wrong in my head. Give her the clothes you brought with you. Give them the clothes that you brought with you. If you don't have any, they'll attack you, then probably steal your clothes. After that, follow them. They'll lead you to somewhere. They'll lead you to somewhere I can't describe, but you'll have to find out yourself. A small dog will appear, but it might attack you. Be careful because his sharp teeth can because he has sharp teeth that can shred flesh, and the dog usually aims for the neck. Use the weapon you brought with you to kill the dog. A door will open. Once you open it, you will see nothing but pure blackness. Enter it. You will fall forever asleep, but you can't wake up. Only a few has been able to resist it and actually escape. But do this at your own risk. as it almost killed me while I was there. I like the mystery of what is the blackness that puts you to sleep. What makes you fall asleep forever? You'll fall asleep, but you can't wake up. So how do you escape from that? That becomes the question, and it seems like the writer doesn't necessarily know himself, or he's withholding the information because it's something he can't really say. Oh, dare I read this one? I'm really not sure. This one is very uncomfortable. Almost There is not one I would recommend for anyone, really. I wouldn't recommend putting it on anyone's channel. Yeah, this one, if you're really sensitive in regards to animal torture and stuff like that, feel free to click away or mute it for about 5 minutes. Or if you want to keep a look on the screen, um, it's highlighted right down here. This one is not one I'd recommend to retell at anyone, but I'll go ahead and tell it here and get it out of the way because I want to go through everything. And I did say that there are going to be some things. Almost there. Warning. This pasta may not be suitable for viewers of all ages. This content below can be considered not safe for work. View at your own risk. I'm going to read this very monotone. I don't want to actually play this up as a narrator would normally. Sometimes the universe tells us to sleep. I say that my body cries out most of these times for it. But when I'm not lying comfortably on my bed, hate begins gnawing at me underneath, slowly turning with the legs and tingling into the bowels. The sadistic desires itch like the panties in myself. I bite those cute imaginary targets, and an orgasmic feeling invades me outside the spine and skull. I want to bite the ears off the Siamese cat to extirpate them. Then with my long red nails, I'll cut his little blue eyes smoothly and feline for better enjoyment. Then I hang it slightly with my hands until it becomes unconscious. Get a small steak hammer and break their paws for him to wake up again. Then I imagine that I do hear him moaning down in pain. Nothing better than cold water. I want to see this baby feline scream. I run to the fridge and grab a small jar of cold water, set in the cat. He shows no sign of life. I'll just put him in the freezer. Semen. I want to ejaculate this animal before it dies and starts to stink. Almost there. I do it in the small, semi-open mouth. Still hot. I take the panties out before I start feeling guilty. There is my unique brand. Nature is cruel animals. Society is cruel animals. It was a pleasure. God, I fucking hate that story. I really do. I've read it to myself a couple times because I wouldn't realize until about halfway through that, oh, that's what this was. Forgive me for being kind of shitty at reading that. I fucking hate that story so much. But I did want to get past it and just get it out of the goddamn way. Like I said, I've read a lot of these one-page ones. Then I got down to like the D's or something. And that's just, and I get it. I get the point. I do. You're trying to see the sick nature of people and it's the dark underbelly of how some people might actually be in some cases, and it's just awful. For any of your sakes, just don't recommend this one. I would never. I can do this on stream somewhat comfortably, but this isn't one I'd ever make a video of. Alone. I sit up with a jolt, disoriented. I sit up with a jolt, disorientated. If it weren't for the sensation of my eyelids coming together to shield my eyes, I would not be able to determine whether or not they were open. The inky blackness presses in from all angles, suffocating me. You'd think after all this time I've spent trapped in this murky prison, I'd have adjusted. No. It's still quite a shock to be released from the depths of unconsciousness, only to be greeted by an infinite plane of shadows. I glance around looking for something, some object from long ago that will reassure me. I need to know some of my old world still remains. Nothing. I'm all alone. A white light flashes to the left of my vision, if it can be called that. I ignore it. I've come to realize that its only purpose is to generate hope of this blanket of soot lifting. I hear a crack, a door opening. Kath, you better get up. We're leaving for Granddad's house in about an hour. Start getting ready, okay? I sigh. Yeah, alright. Oh, and get your cane and shades are in the kitchen, near the birdcage. I sigh again. The story was created by a person called Vendetta Vixen. Yeah, so it's blind. The guy is completely blind, where he's lost. He's seen the world, but he's lost his vision in its entirety. And the only thing that happens I think there's something where the photo um your eyes will catch a certain amount of light at a time, but it's like a cover and it's like a big blur. Like if you close your eyes and you're in the darkness and you have your phone and you turn the light on and you can see like light from one side and then oops, and then you can move it and see like your eye light through your eyelid or something like that. I think that's what it's talking about. But yeah, it's an interesting way to talk about someone who's become blind like that.
Can you pop the cork on my wine bottle, please?
Huh?
Can you pop the cork on my wine bottle? Not a sexual definition.
I guess. Give me just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. I went ahead and got myself some more tea as well. So, alright, make it a little easier on me to read. My mic arm was actually in the way for most of that. I have my new tea. It's mint tea. Mint tea. It's delicious. Alright. Alpha. I'm leaving this notice to anybody willing to read it. What others out there are calling my madness. However, as the saying goes, there is a method to my madness. I decided long ago that mankind is the very definition of an evolutionary fluke. Do I believe that humans have their place on this earth? I believe they did. But from now on, this existence is nothing but a privilege, not a right. Look at any other beast on this earth, and I can only assume in your twisted vision of reality how you are better than them. Funny. It seems at the time your culture and technology was advancing, your intelligence never got the memo. Humans have lost the ability to adapt. God's sake, you all go crazy when you lose electricity for a span of time. You proclaim a sheet of paper is worth more than its material value. And when you get hungry, rather than putting any effort into feeding yourselves, you will trade that superficially valued note for the fruits of another's labor. Your entire race is full of lazy, overzealous, disgusting filth, and I have decided that it is my duty to do one of two things: put you in your rightful place, or dispose of all of you one by one. I can only assume you will never heed this warning, and you will continue on with your pathetic lives you live. You'll awaken tomorrow and feed upon synthetic nutrients, perhaps to go to school where you'll learn only what others want you to hear, or possibly to your job, where a fellow human who is less intelligent and less physically adequate will determine your actions until you go home for the day, to your time-wasting habits. Upon the next day, you will repeat this cycle until your pathetic life ends. Keep it up, Homo sapien. And by all means, enjoy it while it lasts. But chances are, I will catch you. Next time you're walking home, under the false assumption that you're safe, I will be there in the bushes following you. The next time you're cursing The next time you're cursing because a bird shit on your sparkling new car, I'll be cursing your damned existence. And when I do show up, and I will show up, and it's your time to be judged, don't take it personally. You probably were never meant to survive on this planet anyways. And the fact that you did was on your own dumb luck. That's all I have to say for now. But rest assured knowing you'll learn more once your time comes. See you all soon. The Alpha. So I know today, so this was pre-2012, before the concept of an alpha was used the way it was colloquially. So, if you will, this is kind of different. This is like someone actually being legitimately superior rather than being, the top dog, whatever the fuck that means. And just to let you know, the whole alpha male mentality doesn't actually exist. The person who created the book about alphas and betas and their interactions, the guy who observed wolves in a captive habitat, he observed it there, but when he went to the actual real world, in the wild, to observe them, he found no evidence of it and tried to recall the book, and also wrote another book explaining that that was all bullshit. And he did new research to basically disclose that, that was not how it actually was. That was on a limited experiment. So yeah, the whole alpha mentality is a joke. So you get these people who think they're alphas and going beta. Now they can go fuck themselves. Talking to you, Andrew Tate. Mm-hmm. Don't look him up. He's not worth your time. I assure you. It'll bring you nothing but a pissed off attitude and annoyance. Start beef wherever I want. I like beef. When I don't got beef, I got chicken. If I don't got chicken, I'll get ham. I'll go ham on some stuff. Alterlink. He said if I do not post this, they will kill me. If you don't want to be killed, please copy and paste this to a CreepyPasta chat, YouTube, 4chan, I don't know, any site. Here it goes. He is the one hiding under your bed, but he is also the one hiding under your stairs. He says he is your greatest fear. That the one that lives inside you. He causes dread, terror, and fear. Don't worry, he's not Slender Man or Jeff the Killer. But when you do see him, the words that you will hear will follow you forever. Don't scream. I am the messenger. I won't hurt you, but they will. The illustrious they is always something interesting. People like to hide the ambiguous they to create a sense that there is some credibility, whether there is or not. We don't know who this they is, but the idea that something like this can cause some semblance of terror in your life because the person who is called they is someone that you can't even create a particular image for because you don't know what they're capable of. I think it creates an interesting amount of ambiance. This one I think was okay. It's not bad. I would definitely recommend a little more substance. I would say build up the illustrious they a little bit more. If it was me, knowing who they are, or as much as you can say without revealing anything about them, I think helps build up something. And I think you could have done that with a few more lines. Alternate soul. At 12:17 a.m. on any given night, arises the opportunity to awaken an alternate soul. The most common way of viewing them, through a mirror. It is through said medium that the process must take place. Begin at exactly midnight. By no light, but by no light but that of a single candle, stand before a selected mirror. For 10 minutes, you must concentrate in silence, focused entirely on your reflection. Do not look away from the eyes, for it will be interpreted as weakness and you will be overcome. After 10 seconds have passed, you must draw blood to smear a line across the eyes of your reflection. Doing so will blind it, and you will watch as your own features begin to warp. Slowly, gradually, they will mutate into a frightening creature, one beyond the comprehension of those who have not experienced it. You must not look away through the entirety of the change. Soon the writhing movements of the images will cease. By now an echoing, inhuman sound will resound all around you. The creature will begin to ease toward the mirror's glass. You must keep watching it as it approaches. If you do not extinguish the candle at exactly 12:17, the creature will escape. Be warned, should you succeed, though any polished surface, be it a mirror, wood, or window, your reflection will always be watching. I love the whole concept behind how weird it is to have a mirror in general. I know I've gone through it where I've looked at myself in the mirror and it just feels like there's something else there that's not you. You look at your eyes and you're like looking past it in this weird way. You know that there's like an eighth of an inch that you can never get close enough. But the image, it follows you. You try to see if you can make it unmatched. The only way you could really do that is by a large amount of distance. It's not really possible, and when it comes to light, it's pretty fast, and that's how we know it's actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. Here's an interesting concept. Does a mirror still do anything in complete darkness? Or is it just considered all black? Toil with that one for a bit. You know that as long as there's light, a mirror can reflect, but if there is no light, there's nothing left to reflect. it doesn't give off any ambient light. So, does nothing, right? Fun. The alternate universe. There is another universe, a lot like ours. Entrances to it are scattered throughout the world. Excuse me. In the places where the most psychological energy gathers schools, hospitals, that kind of place. During any leap year, on February 28th, this is the period of abnormal astral activity that opens the doors. At exactly midnight, the minute between the 28th and 29th, if you're lucky or unlucky enough to be by one of these doors, it will open and beckon you. In this other universe, things are mostly the same, except all love and hate relationships are reversed. Your worst enemy is your lover, your best friend is out to kill you, that sort of thing. It's a nice head trip, a good escape from reality. Have fun, but remember, if you enter, you are stuck there until next leap year. You know, I wonder if there's an implication that because it's an alternate universe that you're passing through the same time the other side would be passing through. And make the concept interesting. What if we're the alternate universe? Explain a lot of these crazy people hating gays. The gays never did anything wrong. They're just trying to be them. Why are they so scared of the big gay? They don't know. Most of them are gay. They're just afraid. I don't know. I don't need this. All right. Always together, never seen. I was the first to see you. I was there when you took your first breath, walk, and first words. I never judged you. Even if I couldn't do anything to the people who caused pain towards you, I still hated them for it. I love you, and always will. I will take your hand, guide you through all things, thick and thin. I'm always at your side, pushing you to do your best. Keep your head held up strong. I'm here for you. I wish I could have saved you, but that's beyond my purpose. As you lay there, I walked towards you. Lend you my hand and help you up. You ask me so many questions, but you'll find them out soon. I guide you to the doors of life, but I have to choose for you. Heaven or hell. What your actions have been when they what your actions have been when you were when what your actions have been when you were alive will make it certain. Please remember, I love you, but I must move on. The silent judging of a guardian angel. Imagine the amount of accuracy it could have. Everyone has their own guardian angel, whether it be an old family member or someone completely different from the Seraphim. Um, what was it that would come down? It's one of those things that creates an interesting dichotomy of being watched over but never being able to do anything, and the one time they have to judge by building up your portfolio effectively and watching in tears running down their face, knowing which way you will likely have to go. Always watching. I sat on my couch drinking a glass of chocolate milk. It was about 9:30 at night, and both my parents were asleep. I was watching Meet the Browns, my favorite late night comedy show, when I heard a rustling outside. I let it be, but then the rustling got louder. I get up, and then there was screaming. I immediately opened the blinds, and there was a man literally made out of blood staring back at me. I looked away, and he did too. Suddenly I realized that it was a reflection. Monkey see, monkey do. I almost got my knife and stabbed myself to make the blood man do the same, but I came to my senses and stopped myself. Mr. Brown said something funny at the time, so I laughed. Unwise. The blood man disappeared, which calmed me down. As I sat down and continued to watch the show, though, I could feel someone breathing on my neck. I immediately knew it was him. 2 days later, I still feel the same breath. I'm afraid to turn around, afraid of what I could see. Maybe it's still part of my reflection. Maybe if I do stab myself, I could get rid of the blood man. Maybe if I turn around, I could. I think it should just stop there. Right at could. That's what I think. I don't want to do this part. It comes off as cheesy, which, by all means, when it comes to something cheesy, just wait till we get to and then a skeleton popped out. I love that so much, and it's terrible. It is a crappy pasta, and it's beautiful. But for this one, eh, eh. All right. Amazing World of Gumball. Hell, Nicole. I was an intern at Cartoon Network Development Studio Europe, and a good friend of Ben Bakwalet. But one day he started acting all strange. I went to Ben's office and saw a tape marked "Do Not Watch." I took the tape home and put it in. It was an episode of The Amazing World of Gumball. The first strange thing was that the episode had no title card. After the intro, it just went straight to the episode. The episode began with Nicole in the coffee shop. She took a drink of coffee, but for some reason, the coffee was green. She then let out a hyper-realistic and loud scream. And then it cut out to the hospital, and everybody had hyper-realistic eyes. Nicole had said Hail Satan, and killed Gumball and Darwin with fire out of her hand. Then Richard and Anais ran out of the hospital, and then the animation turned hyper-realistic, and then she lighted them on fire as well. You could barely hear Nicole laughing. Then it cut to the regular credits, but with the faded part of the last scene still playing. The Cartoon Network Development Studio Europe logo isn't shown like usual. I destroyed the tape immediately. This is stylistically a classic for CreepyPasta, if you will. So, I believe it was Squidward's Suicide. I think that one was the one that really started the hyper-realisticness. Now, hyper-realistic is a loaded term. How do you get more realistic than just realistic? But the term basically refers that they have hyped up the animation itself to have incredible depth beyond the normal boundaries of what they would normally do. I guess technically, like Gumball's neighbors would be considered in the realm of hyper realistic, but having like a weird sense of detail, effectively, would be where it goes. You know, and it's more the idea of that these eyes are very unsettling. If I was ever to use the term hyper realistic, I would say under the. Of course, I wouldn't say it, 50 million times like it did here. But what I would do is I would reference that it would be the colloquial version of hyper realistic in regards to these stories. So yeah. Um, this is just very standard crappy pasta, I guess. It's not like so bad it's good either. It's just very eh. Oh well. Oh, the Ambrose Bryce readings. These were supposed to be a bunch of links to them all, and I think I might have a couple, but oh wait, these are probably to videos. A baby tramp, a jug of syrup, psychological shipwreck, an occurrence at Owl Creek. Click the links to follow the limber box. Can these actually be? I'd probably have to open up though. But, um, eh. I guess we'll go ahead and bypass this one. Play as soon as it loads. Enjoy. I would really prefer this to be like at a hub thing on the site. Like this is a very unnecessary one. I don't, probably not one I should have copied. Anyway, it's red. Whatever. All right. American Dad Theory. I actually do enjoy the whole theory things in regards to creepypasta. It's just an interesting format where you can very talk as if you're reading off a script for a documentary. I like it. I like the way people use that kind of documentary monotone voice. American Dad Theory. This is a theory as to the real story of American Dad. American Dad is focused on the Smiths, your average conservative family, kind of. The household consists of Stan Smith, Francine Smith, Steve Smith, Haley Smith, Roger Smith, and Klaus. This is the story of how they came to be. American Dad was based on the real life Francine, who was an orphan until she was adopted by two abusive Asian parents. Her new parents also had a biological daughter, who they admired because she lived up to their expectations. Francine, however, was a slacker and beaten senseless and awed by her father throughout her childhood. She grew up to be depressed, addicted to heroin, cocaine, and hallucinogens. She soon began to lose her mind. She created this fictional family in the attempts to finally live in a normal household, but she didn't make the Smith family normal. She made them in a way she wanted them, insane and comical. To add to the comical part, she added Roger and Klaus. In the real world, however, she was dying and didn't even realize it. She was spending weeks of her fine in her fictional world, only surviving because she was eating fictional food which she thought was real, thus causing her not to have a sense of starvation. All she wanted was a perfect family, and she created the life stories of all of her characters. She wanted a loving husband, creating Stan. She wanted kids who bicker and fight like your average family, creating Steve and Haley. Though Haley was made to be an unwanted child that Francine was, and as I already explained, she created. And as I already explained, she created Roger and Klaus. Soon Seth MacFarlane met Francine. She told him about the family as though they were real, and Seth decided to make a TV cartoon based on her story. Seth was clever though, and to avoid people avoid people from figuring out the truth, he killed Francine, turned her into a character on the show, gave her character a background, and based the show on Stan, her fictional husband. Stan then created more characters such as Jeff Fisher, Greg, and Terry, Francine's parents, etc. No one ever knew of Francine's death because no one cared, but God bless, and let's hope that when Fox learns this, American Dad gets shut down. I would have kept this last sentence out, and ended there so that way it keeps it a more, this is the theory going around type thing. And honestly, I really wouldn't say this one needs to go too far because I have a hard time thinking that there's too many celebrities that are going to kill people. And also, I think there was an explanation that they already have, but it's a fun little. This one's a little bit of a fun one to an extent. Like, oh, the crazy creation of these cartoons. And don't get me wrong, I believe some of them do have some really fucked up origins. I'm pretty sure, like, and here's a soft one. I believe Scooby Doo was actually meant to be an adult cartoon. And I mean, when you look at the characters like Scooby and Shaggy, you know what they're doing. They are smoking. They are burning lettuce, if you will. I don't know how the. I don't want to break TOS, and I don't know how far it'll go for someone that has less than 1,000 subscribers. I don't know. Let's not break too much TOS. I guess I could actually censor it later on if it becomes a particular problem, but there's some things I don't want to say anyway. I mean, can you blame me? It's a hectic atmosphere. Stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended. I haven't had any problems with the stream so far. I'm really happy about that. Can I open that widget real quick? Suggestion: the stream's current bitrate is higher than recommended bitrate. We recommend that you stream bitrate of 1,000. Can I actually change that now? If I can stream a little bit without maxing out requirements, that'd actually be great. I don't think it's gonna let me do that right now. Will it? CPU. It's not really letting me do anything. Whatever. The American Dream. Mother, I start college in America tomorrow. I know you guys are counting on me to be successful. I promise I will do you proud. I can't wait to start now. But I need to fit in. I'm practicing my accent. People are always suspicious of foreign accents, and I just want to be treated like any other American kid. I've bought the right clothes and even dyed my hair. Mother, sorry to bother you again. I know you say it's overthinking and overly anxious way that I have thought all my life, but I know it's not just me who is counting on my success. It's times like this where I need to stop, breathe, and realize I have this. I've studied endlessly, and I have clear targets. I just need to concentrate. Mother, this semester flew by. I am treated just like another American kid. I can't wait to come home and see the family. Mother, I'm in the family's house now. They were incredibly welcoming and couldn't tell me apart from their own kid, from their own child, though neither did any of my professors and classmates. That's the beauty of freshman year. Unless you're both with people from your old high school or hometown, everyone's a stranger. Besides, I just look like his ID card. It's the middle of the night here, and I'm ready to do what is necessary. The house, as we had researched, is isolated, and no one will hear a thing. The family are recluses, and we've been told by our old neighbors and their new ones. They are going to help me clean up the mess. I hope you are ready to start living the American dream. I feel like this is a story that you don't want to put in certain places. um. Mm. 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 What is that? Replacement theory? That's what ooh, ooh, ooh. Certain places. Again, don't post them there. Oh. But it is interesting the idea of taking over someone else's life and stuff like that. And yeah, American Dream isn't so clean type thing. I get it. Yeah. Amity. He was walking to his car to check the windows. He knew a storm was approaching, but as he reached the car, it clicked as it does when it was recently driven. He hasn't left since yesterday. Though this startled him, he assumed it was just his mind playing tricks. Still a bit alarmed, he quickly made his way back to the house, attempting to show no fear. A few minutes later, he heard the rain hitting the windows of his house. He looked at the clock. It read 12:19. He didn't feel like sleeping, so he went to his computer and started to write. But as he sat, he remembered he left his phone in the car. Reluctantly, he returned to the car. It was still clicking. And as he searched the car, he looked up to see that the window had just been shut. He had just shut had been opened again. He closed it and rushed back inside, feeling uneasy as he sat. He turned his phone on and saw that the time was now 11:56. Assuming it had somehow been changed, he looked at the clock he had swore read 12:19 10 minutes earlier, only to see that it also said 11:56. He was confused, but still attempting to pass all of this as mind tricks, he began to believe he was just tired. Who knows? Maybe he was. But none of that matters. He's still dead. Well, he was, and he will be. I really enjoy some of these that do this idea of time manipulation. Because it's one of those things that this looks at like a sense of repetition to an extent. Because you know that likely 11:56 is the time he went out there to check it. And the idea that, it gets to 12:19 and oh man, I need to get my phone. It goes between it goes between the idea of being stuck in a loop, almost like an apparition not being able to get out of the death loop that caused its death in some in some mysteries and lore in regards to like ghosts and spirits. Just like aimlessly repeating this series of events over and over and over again. Honestly, that I wonder if they could have done that, just like repeat like the second half of this story and or repeat the first half of the story and then just dot dot dot. I think that probably would have made it really interesting. Amor interno. You're still thinking about that one girl, right? Well, I can give you a trick or two to make her yours. First, go in a wood near you, and when sunset is near, only with a fountain pen, a piece of paper, a needle, a strand of hair from the girl, a red candle, and a mirror. Now you need to find a stump of a tree. Don't worry, there will be one in every wood you go to. To do this, light the candle and hold it in one hand. With the other hand, close your eyelids, and then put the palm of the hand where your heart is. When the candle stops burning, you will feel an electric shock and hear the candle burn out, and that means it is sunset. So, when you open your eyes, you will see a tree stump on your right. If it is on your left, it means you have failed and you will already be dead when you notice. If it is on your left, take the mirror and you'll see a demon on it. The one you would seal a deal within the ritual. If you don't see him, then close your eyes again and you will have the tree stump on your right. If you see him, then smash the mirror on the tree stump. Then put the things you have brought onto the tree stump and dip the strand of the hair of the girl in the candle wax. After, take the pen and paper and write on the paper the name of the girl. After you did that, you have to fold the paper in half and open it again. Then take the needle and put a drop of blood from your right index finger on the paper. On the other side. On the other side. Then put the strand of hair on the blood drop and close the paper. After that, you have to say, O amor que norbis sigma, hic multem placer amor eternus. Eternus. I think that is Latin or Spanish. Let me know. I don't know too much of other languages. Light the candle again, then burn the paper, tricking the spirit that sealed the deal, and turning him to ashes. Then blow the ashes away and leave the candle to burn out. The next day, the girl will love you and try to kiss you. If you don't kiss her, the spirit, or I should say demon, will appear and send you to the underworld. If you accept, the deal is sealed, and you will be in love forever. Because you wouldn't want to dump a demon, right? Given some of the things I've seen, I'm not sure there'd be a problem with a demon. I don't know why, but for some reason I got the image. Have any of you read Dr. Faustus? There's a point where he summons Mephistopheles and he asks for beautiful women, and then he goes out and comes back, and he just brings a demon in like a dress, and he's like, "The fuck is this? This isn't a woman." I was like, "Well, I mean, it's not as easy as you think. I can get things. It's not easy to get things." You know, when Dr. Faust starts getting really fucking dickish, and it's like, geez, chill out. Demons are doing all kinds of shit for you. Maybe you want to take it easy. Give them a fucking minute of rest. Among Us. Oh, god damn it. "2012 people." Of course it'd be called Among Us. I didn't even read that ahead of time. I didn't think about it. Who do we have the convenience? I don't think so, but damn. Alright. Among Us. Have you ever realized, while in a public place, that in the crowds there are certain people that don't seem to fit in? They don't blend in with the faceless numbers like everybody else. These people are named Watchers. Who are they watching? You. Everybody has Watchers. Some are harmless, simply watching you. Some are not so harmless. Some will seek to hunt you. Some will seek to end your existence. They have that power. So the next time you notice one of these people, be aware. They may be looking for something you wish to keep. Like your life when you're trying to go to the emergency button to call a meeting. I'm sorry. It's ruined. This is completely ruined because of Among Us the game. Fuck. Oh. 2022. God damn it. When did that start getting popular? 2019? It's still fairly popular. The memes are certainly going. Well then, let's get past that shit. This is a little bit longer one. Nice. I can't wait to get to some of the 2-page ones. There's some real good ones. An experience with Fallout New Vegas. I love mods for Fallout New Vegas. Some are good, some are well made, and some are just small yet neat. Then there are those that are just weird. There was once a mod that changed Bourne's face so that he had a constant smile. Funny, but kind of pointless if you ask me. I was on Nexus one day and found a mod that caught my eye. It was called Breathing. And the description stated that it was a mod that made the player able to sprint for a limited time, much like Skyrim. I thought this would be very helpful, because at times it could be pretty frustrating when your character walks so slow and you need to get somewhere far away. There are no screenshots, which I thought was kind of suspicious. Bad mods usually had no screenshots. Since the maker put a little effort into making the mod look professional, bad mods usually had no screenshots since the maker put little effort into making the mod look professional. There we go. But I thought to myself, if it was a bad, I just delete it and move on. So I downloaded the mod. It was a rare file. I extracted it and the folder contained a mod and 2 pictures. The first one shocked me. Since it was a picture of Jeff the Killer, I jumped a little. I realized shortly after it was probably a joke. The other picture seemed to be a corrupt image of red and some text. At the far right corner, you could make out letters forming the sentence, "Sees you." I thought it was another joke, and copy-pasted the mod files into New Vegas mods folder. I then started New Vegas. I resumed my game and spawned near the strip. I assumed the sprint button was shift, so I pressed it and held it. As I walked forward, nothing happened. I was a little disappointed, but tried shift again. This time I glitched through the floor, like I was note clipping, and fell. Note clipping. It's note clipping. You are not familiar with the jargon. I was about to pause the game and delete the mod when I stopped falling. Now I was under the strip. I had taken no fall damage as I hit the ground. The ground was rocky, like the Mojave Wasteland. I tried moving my mouse, but my character's head wouldn't move. I was looking straight forward. Slowly, I could hear a sound. It sounded like heavy breathing. It was loud on bass and sounded pretty spooky. It started off as barely noticeable. It grew louder until I could hear it perfectly. It sounded as if it was behind me, as I was wearing headphones. My character then turned around as if I was engaging in NPC conversation. You know, when the camera awkwardly zooms into the NPC's face? I turned around for a split second and saw someone standing behind me. Then the game shut itself off. I was confused and a little paranoid, so I checked behind myself. Nothing there. I must have been reading too many scary stories. The mod was still in my New Vegas folder, but I decided to delete it since I didn't want to have to repeat the creepy process every time I mistakenly pressed shift again. The mod circled around the web for like 2 months, but disappeared later. I still don't understand why I heard that breathing, and who the person was behind me, and from the looks of it, I think I won't get any answers. Okay, so I had an interesting. So a buddy of mine were playing New Vegas, and we got to the part where you know when you're fighting mutants, super mutants. Okay, and work with me here. You know they have the stealth boys, so they can go invisible, stealth. Well, it was hilarious, by the way, and terrifying. Well, you know when you pause, everything just freezes for your Pip Boy. But before it does that, before you actually bring your arm up, you see everything around you stop first. Alright, cool, whatever. Well, we were being attacked, and we were like, oh shit, we gotta heal. Because we got 2 broken legs, broken arm, and we got almost no health left, so we were gonna eat a bunch of shit and heal everything. Because, you know, that's what you can do in the middle of combat. Stop! Let me heal. But, so we pressed pause, and then it lagged for a second, and then all of a sudden, I guess the stealth boy was stopped, but there was a super mutant right in our face. And it just scared the living shit out of us. Like, oh god! Oh my god! It talk about a jump scare. Yeah, we had to take a breath for that one. Like it wasn't like scary, but it was a jump scare. It was startling. There we go. And super mutants right there. It's gonna kill you. Mm. You know the other thing is that mod just didn't work at all. I mean, I could believe it. That mod probably if this is a real story, that probably happened, and it was probably all a joke, and it did do just that. As far as like what was behind you, I don't know. It didn't have any description. My character turned around as if he was engaging, and he may not have put an actual NPC, but it was an NPC engagement thing. I guess if you went into the actual file, you could probably sniff it out. If you knew a little bit about the coding, you could probably look in the coding and see, oh yeah, no, that's what it was supposed to do to like scare the shit out of you. Or it could, if you get far enough without it crashing, you know, because that's what it sounds like. It crashed the whole computer by I don't know overloading something. I don't know. It's fun and interesting. An itch in your throat. You feel an itch in your throat. You try to cough it out, but it just won't come. You struggle with forcing yourself to vomit. You drink lots of water, but whatever it is, it's just stuck there. You reach for a carton of milk in the fridge and sneeze as you raise it up. Something hits the floor with a rattle. You look at the floor and see a small button with a flowery design on it. When you look up on the milk carton, you notice a missing kid. Her blouse shows the same buttons. Oh, he's the killer. Got it. The mysterious you is the killer. It nothing here implies that they didn't know what was going on necessarily. So this person, if I'm interpreting this right, this person was a cannibal. That would be my guess. I think, or it came out of the carton, but that wouldn't make sense. Ideally, it sounds like it came out of your throat when you sneeze. And if I'm thinking of button, the button is like a pin button, is what it sounds like, because I don't think like a button up thing on the blouse. I don't know. It's hard to tell because you don't have. Yeah, it's one. This is definitely one of those ones that's definitely left up to interpretation and your own imagination to fill in gaps. And I think that actually works a bit better with this. I think it could use a little bit like two short sentences or a bit of a long sentence maybe, and that would kind of fill in some of those gaps without um being too terribly long and still leaving everything up to you as the reader to interpret things. Oh, good. I just vomited a little bit in my mouth. You. Mm. Oh, this one seems familiar. All right, so this one looks like it has something to do with eating disorders. If you're sensitive to that, please feel free to mute for a few minutes or click away or whatever. Anna's friend. In a rather obscure pro Anna online community, girls with anorexia nervosa often gather to share their experience with the eating disorder. Some choose to embrace it, others say it chose them. One thing common amongst most of the girls, however, is their strange embodiment of their mental illness, Anna. When you eat, she starves. When you starve, she eats. Anna is your friend, and she only wants to help you. She is very sick and needs a lot of food. Strangely, these girls often report their friends as constantly belittling them, discouraging them from eating and sending strange messages, constantly reassuring them that they only want to help. The way they speak of Anna makes her sound as if she is a real girl, a friend of theirs they trust before anyone else. So many of these girls seem to religiously follow the word of Anna that it seems as if they all truly believe in her, and that her insults are in good faith. Anna eats well because of them, and Anna praises them as their weight sinks lower and lower. A girl who is 5'10" is just brushing the underweight line, however, still does not live up to Anna's standards. At first, what seems to be most like a crash diet followed by a misguided teenage girl leads to self-mutilation, a complete lack of self-worth and devotion to Anna. Anorexia nervosa will eventually kill 1 in 10 girls who suffer from the disorder, the ones who are Anna's most loyal friends. The cure was found a month after reports of suicide. A cure for anorexia nervosa? Is that what they're talking about? Because that's a mental disorder. You can't, like, an eating disorder has a lot to do with being a mental disorder, I think, isn't it? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, please. But as far as I understand it, it has a lot to do with mentality. Yeah, like there's just some things you can't just get rid of by inherently with diet and exercise in regards to weight. Some things are mental thing. My biggest suggestion is create good habits rather than worry about what the diet is, like finding a way to limit portion size or something like that, or finding a way to supplement something you like that is less bad or something like that. But even that only goes so far. It doesn't help everyone, even though it might help me. Reports of suicide. That is to say the word cure is what sets off something in my mind. The idea of a cure is a little primey, if you will. Like the idea of a prime, I don't think you can just find a cure like that. But if someone says so be it, I don't know. It's up for interpretation, I guess, but this is another one. If you keep this line out, I feel like this would be a lot better if you kept this last line out. Am I an asshole for judging some of these stories? Or am I just engaging with ideally with the creator? I don't know. Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. Ancient forests. Thousands of years ago, the world as we know it was covered in dark, forbidding forests. With these ancient forests lurked strange and frightening monsters, which would become the basis of most of the world's mythology, folklore, and fairy tales. Within ancient forest hid man-eating beasts, vicious hags, and boogeymen of all shapes and sizes, all of which died away long before the modern era, existing only in the imaginations of those who have kept the wisdom of their ancestors alive in song, dance, and written stories. Yet every now and then, the ancient forests return. Excuse me. spiriting people away from their homes and work, trapping them within the twisted nether. These people are presumed missing by the world and rarely return. Even if they do, they are often without memory or means of identification. With the ancient forest, these souls walk endlessly, pursued by the many dark forces that lurk within. There is no reason behind these events, no purpose and no grand design. That, perhaps, is what is most frightening to the modern mind. The idea that even in our so-called age of reason and science, people can be taken away in the flash of an eye. The flash of an eye should be the blink. In the blink of an eye, to a realm beyond our own, a realm which refuses to play with our limited notion of reality. You can never tell when it will occur or who will be taken next. It is as random as death itself. You could be sitting at home, school, work, or even in a car or bus only to disappear in an instant. No one will notice, at least not until it was too late. No search party could find you. No priest or holy man could pray for you. Friends and family will be powerless. Yet this is no fairy tale. This is the fate of hundreds every day. How, you may ask, do you protect yourself? The answer is simple. You don't. Live every moment of every day as if it was your last. Find happiness in the smallest of things and do not be quick to anger. For this world is fleeting at best, and who knows what awaits us when our time finally comes. This one isn't so scary. I think it does. I feel like the ultimate thing about this story is death. Death is the ultimate end goal of what's going on. Death is the ultimate mythology, folklore, fairy tale, including but not limited to the various beasts of these stories. Okay, here's one that I just love so much because it's so goofy. Okay. And then a skeleton popped out. Like other classics such as Who Was Phone and Today of Our Blood. This is the legendary troll. This is a legendary troll pasta. An all caps jewel in the community. The phrase, and then a skeleton popped out, is often used to point out the ending of a creepypasta is predictable or just downright shitty. This is the skeleton that popped out. There you go. Woo! The terrifying pasta. Warning. If you have a heart condition, do not read this. You will drop to the floor flopping like a fish while clenching your heart, seeing as you are having a heart attack. Also, if you have a sensitive anus, do not read this. The brick you shat will be painful. A few years ago, a man was walking down a road because his car was broke down, and he saw a car coming up behind him, so he stuck out his thumb to hitchhike, and then a car stopped ahead of him. He ran up to the passenger side and opened the door, and when he opened the door, a skeleton popped out. How to rip off this pasta to make your OC horrifying good. This is a less a pasta, more of a story ender. However, it is able to be used so many times that it is close to being creepypasta as a meme can be. To use it, end your story with it, and then a skeleton popped out. Instant horror story. There you go. I love it. It's just so. There you go. It is meme. It is all meme. How painful was the brick that you hath shat? Huh?
I came in at the wrong time. I heard, that's all meme! And then your shit speech.
I read, I finally got to, and then a skeleton popped out.
you finally joined the club, eh?
No. No, it's the CreepyPasta.
Oh yeah.
The downright shitty.
I've heard it at least 13 times. Look at it.
I've read it several times to you. I recorded it and you listened to it. Yeah, it's just fun.
Aww.
If you have a sensitive anus, do not read this. The brick you shat will be painful. Oh my god, it's hilarious. I love it.
Pet that baby. Pet that baby right now. Oh.
Yeah, it's great. It's amazing, and I love every bit of it. You want to make a great crappy pasta? Do this. In all caps, jewel in the community. It is completely true. True. Yeah. Oh, who was phone? I need to go to that one at some point. That one should be somewhere here. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to take an intermission. So feel free to take a break. Feel free to get up, walk around. Take a minute to gather yourself. Get something to drink, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, whatever. It's your time. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, something like that. This is the intermission. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Now, just as a reminder, the way I would like to see things is feel free to put on your own music, and I will be, for the most part, in all silence aside from me reading these stories and talking about them afterwards. I would like to I'd like to make it a bit of a different experience. Some things might even sound better in total silence other than the words. I don't know. It's just the way I see it. I think it is very interesting in that sense. I think there's a lot that putting your own music to it, your own playlist, whether it's on Spotify or YouTube or whatever, preferably somewhere without ads, and just putting your own ambiance and how some of these things are. Most of these stories are meant to be taken a little bit serious. Not all of them, of course. After this, no. Anyway, I would like to hear that other people are helping create their own experience when listening to these stories. And keep in mind, there's 8,830 items in this folder alone. And in regards to the total number that used to be on the site, where's a number for it? Yeah, 14,616 pages on this wiki. So you take out what, maybe about 500, you got 14,000 stories that were on there. Now I think they've been pecked through and whatnot, but I have 8,800, almost 9,000 of them that were on there during the time that it was like that. Now the page is different. It is different now. It's not set up the same way, and it doesn't navigate the same way it used to. That being said, it doesn't change that I still have all these. It's so much content. But we shall continue. If you're already set up, congratulations. Or just feel free to listen. Angel. The Angel. There are woodcuts dated back to the 16th century in Germany featuring a tall, disfigured man with only white spheres where his eyes should be. They called him Der Grobman, the tall man. I'm making an assumption about that B symbol. I don't know how to properly pronounce this, so I apologize. He was a fairy who lived in the Black Forest. Bad children who crept into the woods at night would be chased by the Slender Man. And he wouldn't leave them alone until he caught them, or the children told their parents what he or she had done. Even then, there was this chilling account from an old journal dating around 1702. Translated from German, some words may be inaccurate. My words will be inaccurate. My child, my Lars, he is gone, taken from his bed. The only thing that we have found was a scrap of black clothing. It feels like cotton, but it is even softer, thicker. Lars came into my bedroom yesterday, screaming at the top of his lungs that the angel is outside. I asked him what he was talking about, and he told me some nonsense fairy story about Der Grobman. He said he went into the groves by our village and found one of the cows dead, hanging from a tree. I thought nothing of it at first, but now he is gone. We must find Lars, and my family must leave before we are killed. I'm sorry, my son. I should have listened. May God forgive me. There is more evidence of the Slender Man, but this is one of the oldest translatable accounts. So, the history of Slender Man. Now, of course, there's a lot of ambiguity, but it is a derivative of fairy tales. there are fairy tales from a couple hundred years ago that reference it, but it's in the same line in regards to, say, um, the boogeyman or Krampus. It works along a similar premise where they are there to punish naughty kids, in much the way of taking them from their parents, which is not exactly something that's a good thing, is it? Maybe Gatorade was not the good thing for that. It's a little acidic. Should have just got water. Maybe I'll do that in a second. Angelica. Angelica. Angel. That's what people thought of her. Angelica was a very sweet girl. She was always friendly and had a smile on her beautiful face. She loved her life. She went to a school where she was popular and had many good friends. One day her mother came under debt for the business she owned. After everything she owned was repossessed, she found a new job and moved the family away to another town where she could work. Angela had to fit in with her new school, but it was not like her old one at all. The children didn't like her. They bullied her. They pushed her into the mud and laughed at her dismal sobs. As time went on, Angelica developed feelings she never felt before, anger and hatred. She grew angry at the boys who would trip her over every day and laugh. She hated the girls who would throw footballs and even stones at her. When Angelica kept coming home with a sullen look on her face, her hair a mess and her clothes dirty, her mother grew suspicious. When sitting Angela down and talking with her, Angela broke down and told her everything in front of the floods of tears. Her mother decided action needed to be taken and that the people who picked on Angela were suspended for a month. When the children were reinstated, they were angry at Angelica for telling. The boy who was the hardest, most tough, decided to pick up a heavy book and throw it at her. Other children joined in, throwing anything they could, laughing all the while. As she was hit by the hard books and anything the children could grab, the teacher returned to the class after helping the children outside to discover Angelica bleeding and with concussions. Angelica was in the hospital for 3 months, and the entire class was suspended for what they did. The class never returned back to school. Angelica realized the bullying was never going to stop, so she decided to end the hatred and anger. Before she was really allowed to leave the hospital, she would visit each of the children's houses. Late at night, their door would be forced open. With an emotionless look on her face, Angelica would take her hands, place them over the sleeping child's neck. As tension grew in her hands, her faint laugh could be heard. The child had died as Angelica choked them. Angelica is in fact still alive today. No, she was never caught for what she did. The police ruled her out as a suspect. You have laughed at someone in their time of pain. You have laughed at someone in their time of pain or need, right? Angelica hates that. It makes her angry. Very angry. You know, I feel like this should be a good PSA. Don't bully people. Don't be a dick. Don't be a prick. Like, my God. Like, I mean, I've been bullied before. I know the feeling of being bullied. There were times where I had plenty of vitriol. Sometimes I still feel it. Every once in a while. I'll hear something that I've heard before that just gets to me, you know? Of course, I stay rational. I stay reasonable. But, you know, it's like getting called a peasant over and over again or something. You know, creating this sense of someone else believing that they are superior to you, whether or something like that, or them telling you how you look is so terrible and that you'll never amount to anything. I've been called fat, I've been called stupid, all that. Yeah, don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. And it's easier said than done, but if you can do something to help alleviate the situation, try to be there. If someone confronts you about a situation, be willing to listen and understand. Like, it's just one of those things that, it pisses me off. Because, I'm tired of, like anyone else, tired of hearing, people say that. And then, of course, they get suspended for a little bit for bullying you, and then they're back, and then it hasn't made a difference because their parents are going to see them as little fucking angels. I've dealt with that myself. In fact, I almost got suspended for trying to defend myself. Luckily, there wasn't any punches thrown, so it was a relatively non-issue because all the school was looking at was trying not to have to bring the parents in. Ugh. Yeah, it just pisses me off. All right. Animal Crossing City Folk. Warning, this is my first pasta. So for anyone who doesn't know, a lot of first pastas are labeled like this because they they don't fully understand how to make a good story and good story structure. So this is one of those things that's put there to be easy on me. I haven't written one of these before. This is my first time trying, really trying to step out there. So please, criticism is, if you're gonna criticize, be constructive and praise what I have done. Yeah, be cordial, be decent. Don't be a dick. That kind of thing. Because there was there's so many pastas that are first time pastas, and a lot of time you can tell, and other times you can tell there really wasn't that much effort put into it. But you can tell when there's at least enough effort put into it. All right. So one day, I got bored. It was a random Saturday. Was there was a huge storm. I decided to pop my Animal Crossing City Folk disc. I was so happy I found it. The happiness soon faded into true terror. When the intro started, instead of the relaxing music that usually played, there was a scream, and then there was a horror movie music. Was this a bug? It couldn't be. I decided to play it and look further into it. Oh, hello, Charlie. Rover greeted me with a grave face. I knew I would have to do this sooner or later, so here it goes. I'll show you what has become of our town. This is when I started to get scared. My whole town had been bombed. Everything was covered in realistic ashes. I sat for a second, filled with shock. Then I saw the villagers were all huddled in a circle in front of my house. Queenie shook with excitement when she saw Rover and I. I was always the closest to her. Charlotte, she exclaimed. I jumped. How does she know my real name? Who did this to our town? I said out loud. I wasn't so surprised when Vladimir replied. Mabel. Sable left the town, and Mabel was so grief-stricken that she did this to the town. How can I help? I said immediately. Start a fire. Put the disc in. Let it burn. Lowly said. It's raining. The storm stopped immediately after I said, and all the villagers knew it. Do it now, Big Top said. As I neared the Wii, all the animals smiled and said, Thank you. So I burned the disc, and all the villagers said their last thanks and goodbyes to me. And Queenie said, Charlotte, great job. I'm sorry you had to endure that. But it's all over now. It's not bad. A few grammatical issues, structure issues, but like it's a gaming creepypasta. This is kind of the MO for it. Um, I would have done more build up. I would have recommended more build up before uh the happiness soon faded into true terror. I would have waited till I got to a point, maybe after this. The happiness, where I would have said something like, the happiness I was feeling had faded into true terror. Or was starting to wane or something like that. Um, it's okay. It's okay. That's about the best I can really say. I'll be back real quick. I need to take an acid. Oh, my. Mm. All right. Annie Chapman. She left her lodging, for she no longer had money. She walked down the street, and I stealthily followed. Annie stopped at just beyond the backyard of 20 Hanbury Street. Noticing another lady whom I wasn't familiar with, I waited. Annie talked with a man no taller than she was. She kept walking, I pursued, making myself look average. I could hear Annie's hard breathing, her wheezing. I took the handkerchief out of my pocket and carefully approached her from behind. Her breath stopped, and I kept the handkerchief tied around her neck. She made little choking sounds, gagging and sputtering. When she fell limp, I carefully let her body fall to the ground. Knife in hand, I cut her throat from left to right, just like the other girl. Next, I cut open her abdomen. I pulled out her intestines, throwing them over her shoulder, and reached inside and grabbed whatever I could. Bloody hands, I made my way back to where I started and waited for the next victim. To make you feel uneasy about, uneasy about the people around you. I guess this kind of goes into the thing that there is a distinct difference between women being out at night and men being out at night, or being alone in the street that's relatively vacant or empty. Um, it, it, they are just more targeted because they're seen as meek or seen as less powerful, which is really shitty. And but because of that, people want to try and take advantage, and they're shitty for that, and they should fuck right off. All right. Another you. You know when you're falling asleep and you suddenly get that feeling that you've tripped? Your body lurches forward in an instant, ready to protect you instinctively from injury. You can almost see the ground rising to meet you. This occurs when the boundaries between you and the you in an alternate universe are weakest. This is the feeling that happens when another you dies. Another puzzle that is similar and longer can be found here, the feeling. Yeah, I think a lot of us have had that feeling when that, oh shit, I'm falling, when you're laying down trying to sleep, and then kind of, that shit. Um I've had that plenty of times. Like, it's I don't think I could put an accurate number to it, but it's probably well over 100. I do, in fact, remember when it was in a dream. It was always one of those things where I felt like I was falling through the sky. And I remember the way it felt was like when I hit the ground, the image, at least the image in my mind looking back, is like I'm going through something and then ending up in my bed. Because you feel like you're falling back into your bed. Like if you're falling forward, it's like you fall through and then you go up just a little bit and then fall back to your bed. It is so weird. I don't like it. It's very uncomfortable. So yeah, it's a very strange thing indeed. All right. Are these the same? Yes, these are the same. Let me delete this one. I don't need 2 copies, and this is the inferior copy. Looks like I got a couple of these I gotta go through. I tried to get all the duplicates as best I can, but there's only so many you can get. Because what I did was I went back and got it with the title like that, so that way I could tell them apart when they were all similar and similarly named. Because you'll have some that are like, let's see, Are You Awake? Are You Sure? Uh, Basketball, baseball, basketball, whatever. Beast in My House, Beast in My House. That's probably a duplicate? Yeah. So yeah, there's a handful. Antarctic Bar. There we go. The Antarctic Bar. At the bottom of a 50-meter high glacier, exactly 2 kilometers from Antarctica, lies the frozen remains of a long forgotten civilization. The exact location of this glacier is unknown, only that it is 2 kilometers from the shore of Antarctica. Upon finding said glacier, one is to approach it on the snowbank and touch the side of the ice with the palm of their hand. The important thing here is to touch it with your bare skin. If you hold your hand on the ice for 5 minutes and then speak the words, "I see and believe," you will seemingly disappear from existence, your whole life erased and from memory and transcripts. What happens next? You're in a rather swanky 1980s cocktail bar. There are a few stipulations. You must live the next 50 years in this bar. You are granted 5 free drinks from the bartender, no more. If you attempt to break the quota of free drinks, you are immediately executed on the spot by a rather brawny bouncers. If you manage to wait the whole 50 years, you will reappear in your original life and granted one single wish, which you must take immediately on your return. Needless to say, very few have actually waited the 50 years. I can imagine. Like, what are you doing in that 50 years? Anti-Angel. October 14th, 2010 was the night I watched my sister die. Our parents had left me in charge of Sophie for the night. It was midnight. Sophie was asleep and I was sitting in my room. For a while, I heard her bedroom door open and she came walking into my room. "Come on, Alex. The angel wants to play," she said, assuming this was just a child's game. I followed her back to her room. I pulled her back to bed again. She lay there for about a minute before sitting straight upright and staring behind me. A smile grew on her face and she whispered, "The angel is here." I turned around and there it was, the angel. It looked like how you would expect an angel to look. Blonde hair, blue eyes, long white robes reaching to the floor, and silky white feathered wings. Sophie giggled as I was transfixed with wonder, or fear, or both. Its very body emanated a bright white light. "Come closer, Sophie," it said in a seductive tone. That's when I realized I couldn't move a muscle. I could just sit and stare. Was something wrong? When it stepped forward, and it changed, and disfigured into a creature of nightmares. The wings became scabbed and decayed, the hair disappeared, and its face melted away, leaving a blank head. The brilliant white light fell into darkness, and its hand were gone, replaced with horrible long curved blades. My sister was walking towards the creature, and there was nothing I could do. She stood at the monster's feet, apparently unaware of the change, and smiled up at it. It killed her right then and there in front of me. I screamed, but no sound came. It turned its face towards me. Even with no eyes, I could tell it was staring into my very soul. Sophie sliding off of those god-forsaken blades onto the floor is the last thing I remember from that night. She was 8 years old. The above was on a piece of paper written by 18-year-old Alex Wilson, who was found dead in 2012 from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. If I was writing this myself, I think I would have went to the side that there is more to it. That, like, the angel comes back for him rather than that. That's what I think would have been better. I don't know. What do you guys think? Antichrist. I am the Antichrist. If you met me, you would dismiss the statement as absurdity. I am not as I appear. In fact, one incarnation alone does not properly describe me. This is not my first time walking on this earth. I am not a person as much as I am an influence. From the moment I fell to the earth from the heavens, I have walked amongst your brothers and sisters. I have been every color, creed, and nationality that your particular species has identified with to separate yourselves from one another. I have been peasants, I have been kings, I have been persecutors, I have been martyrs. Throughout all of your history, I was there, occasionally guiding the world closer to its demise. And all of you were none the wiser. My purpose is simple. Some may call it childish, in fact. If I cannot return to the heavens as God, I'm going to do everything I can to stop everyone else from entering. If I had my way, each and every one of you could descend with my army, and I onto the depths of hell come the day of reckoning. But I have a plan. Your father has made you a promise, a glimpse of the future surrounding the times when he will judge the living and the dead. When he will divide your kind into those to be damned with me, or those to ascend to heaven with to ascend to the heavens with him. But what if your father cannot fulfill that promise? There have been circumstances laid out for that day, assumptions made by your father about what I will do. In order to nullify his promise, all I must do to prevent his prophecies from being fulfilled. All I must do is prevent his prophecies from being fulfilled. When I reign, I won't claim to be Christ. When I reign, my vessel won't be blue-eyed. When I reign, I will be the only one to know. The only action I must take to ruin this scheme is non-action. Humanity needs not my assistance in damning itself. Even now, my existence itself is being questioned. I am the Antichrist, and my plan has worked. Gotta say, I really like this one conceptually. Because, I mean, that is the sensible thing. If there's a laid out prediction, then you just make it so that way that prediction isn't true. Or at least appears to not be true. You know, it's like, all right, this guy does this every day. He's going to do it again. Just meet him there and talk to him. And then that day, like maybe he finds out or something. He knows about what you're doing. He saw it on a forum or something. Or he was actually one of the people in a chat. And it's like, you know what? Nah. I don't need to do that anymore. It just stops. No one else is any the wiser. Or something like that. That's a very minor, I guess, silly one, but it can, overall the same. And like, yeah, just you have all these predictions and they don't come true, and no one's gonna think about it. Eating out country. I don't know. The Antique Mirror in Home. Prologue. Tommy was a fun, playful kid as a child. When he grew up, he started to get more into belief in more than one god. They were said to all require dark sacrifices. These rituals all led up to a clan of the same believers. They called Timmy as the leader of this mass. One day, as to keep their sins cleansed, they had to give their gods a form of a life form, pain and suffering. They had to give the life of a special member, their leader, Tommy. That very day, they all brought power tools and utensils for this offering. Tommy was bolted down and tied to the wooden floor. Antique mirror in home. Antique mirror in home. I'm a little confused at this one. This one, there's just a whole bunch of empty space that I don't have filled for this. Tommy, who the hell is Tommy? Do I not have it? I don't think I have the whole story, do I? Because none of this explains the antique mirror and home part. I wonder if this was in progress when I copied it. I bet it was. Pity. Anybody there? Wait, why are these exactly the same? Let me make sure I know which one. Alright, this one. It's not paranorman, it's paranormal. Alright. Anybodythere.com. Paranormal Forum. 7 February 2011. Okay. So this happened sometime this year, and I remember this post well, except that I believe it has been removed. I wonder if you're familiar with anybodythere.com. It's a paranormal forum that's based in America, and most of the users are American. Anyway, one day in February, a new post popped up in Paranormal Help and Advice and me. Up in Paranormal Help and Advice and me. being the nosy ass I am, being the nosy arse I am, I decided to check it out. It was a rather random post. Had a young woman had come up and said, "OMG, please help someone has put a curse on my husband," in all caps. And that was all it said. I thought it was funny that all this was in all caps, as anybody there is a rather laid back site and quiet and polite. Anyway, gathering that this woman was in distress, I replied, "Okay, well, listen. How are you sure that this is a curse? Are there any telltale signs?" I left it at that. After a couple of days, a few more users had replied to the thread, but the woman still hadn't answered. So here I am with the woman that had a curse on her and no reply. Then around a week later, there was one reply, and it was from the woman. It read, "They're coming." I laughed this off as a hoax. I mean, at this point, the Slender Man was a huge thing on anybody there, and when people were talking about him, they wrote like this. A few more weeks went by. I followed the thread closely out of morbid curiosity, and more meaningless encrypted messages kept coming on. I ignored these until one day an image file came up. I can't remember what it was called, but I tried to open it and it didn't work. I was lucky. Other members said it worked for them and that it mind fucked them. They said it was incredibly creepy and wrong. More and more threads on paranormal help appeared, and they said it was all linked to that picture. I would love to know if anybody knows what picture this is. It's supposed to drive people insane. Thanks a bunch, Ash. I've heard that a handful of times. The idea that a picture can drive someone insane. Um, doing weird things to you. Like that's apparently something that it's a common thing to have in regards to like myth and stuff like that. So it's definitely something that it makes for an interesting story if used well. I don't think that was used very well if that's a made up story. I don't know. Anyone else have a story like this? Hello. What I'm about to tell you is true. If you're looking for something extremely scary, move along because I'm here for answers. About when I was 10, my sister and her friends were having a sleepover. I didn't have many friends at the time, so I would join them. They were playing a game with cards. Red equals yes, black equals no. Now, you would ask the spirits a question, and based on the color card you would get an answer from the spirits. It started off funny at first, but that's when my sister said something that started the entire thing. She asked her friends if they wanted to hear a story about me. When I was around when I was around 5 a.m. When I was around 5 a.m. When I was around 5 what? Hear a story about me when I was around 5 a.m. I'm assuming that's supposed to be um I'm assuming that's supposed to be like sorry, sorry. That just confused shit. I'm assuming it's supposed to be years old. When I was around 5 years old. So they agreed, but there was one condition. She stressed that they cover my ears and hold them so tight that I wouldn't be able to hear anything at all. All right. Stream all right. Okay, there it is. They agreed to do that as well. I never told anyone, but I was gifted with very sharp hearing. Not meaning that I could hear stuff from a mile, but when something was more muffled, I could hear clear as crystal. Anyway, back to the story. Before I start getting to the creepy stuff, I would say I do not live in a good neighborhood at the age of 5. My family barely got a house at the age of and at the age of 6 to 7, I was in a homeless shelter. Anyways, she started the story. I was playing ball with my dad and in the house. I was playing ball with my dad in the house since a taboo was outside, taboo meaning dust storm. I think I think that's the word. If it's not, I apologize. My dad bounced a ball a little too hard on the ground and it bounced over my head into the basement into the basement that was directly behind me. I ran into the basement to get the ball, but unfortunately the lights were out except for one flickering light. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, the ball wasn't anywhere to be seen. I looked everywhere, but I started to get extremely scared, like a child would be when the lights go out, because I was scared of the dark. When abruptly and out of nowhere a face came out of the dark. If any of you have seen the SCP story where you walk down the stairs and you see a face come out of the dark, you know about the face that I saw. You're probably you're probably expecting he told me that he killed my family and that he skinned my dad or something, or he was my dad. No, there was just the lone face in the dark, and it reached out with its lengthy hands and gave me the ball back and said, "Run along now," while grinning. When I went upstairs, my dad and mom just laughed, but I could tell by the look on my sister's face she believed me. I never remembered it until my sister told the story, but the reason I've been more shaken and scared now more than ever is because I can't stop seeing it in my dream. Usually you can take control of your dream self and be you in the dream, but I can't move. I don't have a body at all. Body. All I can see is a lack for a better term, zoomed in face of the creature. Please, if anyone has experienced what I'm going through, comment to this creepypasta. Don't leave me in the dark. I would be more sane if I knew there was someone who knows what this being is. So yeah, the story is, anyone else have a story like this? And this is the story. Um if you if you think you might know, by all means, see if you can seek this pasta out and answer it. All right. Ooh, shit. Short one. Apartment 302. In Colombia, South America, in the city of Bogota, there is a small neighborhood called Tamiza in the Kennedy district. There is an apartment complex called Tonoli. In apartment 302, in building 4, there is a hole in each of the 3 bedroom doors. Inside each hole, you can find the fingers of dead children. There's something you could just see as being legit. Like, as soon as you start hearing, like, Colombia, South America, or Brazil or somewhere, because you know, like, cartels and stuff, you don't need to assume it's true, but would you really be surprised on some of this? I can't say I would be. All right. Ooh, I like this one. Apple a day. Have you ever heard the expression, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Most assume, with no reason to think otherwise, that it is simply an easy to remember rhyme that stresses the importance of eating healthy foods to young children. But the saying did not originate as a harmless reminder. It was born in a frontier town in the early years of the gold rush, where food was scarce and money even scarcer. One August, when a bad drought had struck the region, a series of bloody killings swept through the town. Every night, a single house would be broken into, and anyone who saw the invader would be swiftly, brutally slain. Nothing was ever stolen, save for a few scraps of food. After 2 weeks of this, the local grocer set out a few apples and a glass of milk in the town square overnight. He then hid in the tower of the church, hoping to catch a glimpse of anyone who came by. Fighting fatigue, the grocer waited for any sign of life below. Just after midnight, he was rewarded by a chilling sight. A man carrying a black bag stuffed with dully shiny metal tools and covered from head to foot in cloth bandages, staggering into view. He paused at the sight of the apples and milk. He whipped his head around as if looking for the one who dared to patronize him. Seized with fear, the grocer ducked out of sight, staying hidden until sunrise. The man had only taken one of the apples. It didn't even touch the glass of milk. No houses were broken into, and no one was killed. For decades, this town continued to place out the apple or two every night, long after a single apple stopped disappearing. I want to think that's kind of like an interesting origin, to nursery rhyme type things. I do enjoy this one because I like that. This saying. Oh, it's not so innocent anymore, is it? I don't know. I just like that. I like that as an aspect of one of these things. Oh boy. Apple Company is watching us. It was 2009, and I was with my brother at the Apple store. My brother got some dirty stains on his green shirt, which everyone was looking at. I was using a MacBook at Apple, but strange things began to happen. I was going to log into my Facebook, but as I was typing in my email, the computer suddenly entered the message, "Hello." I was very nervous, but I had no idea things were about to get worse. Pop-ups of pictures, music, and videos appeared. Then YouTube opened, and some other programs too. I called my brother. To his surprise, MacBook wrote on the YouTube search bar, "Hello, green shirt." I called a worker from the Genius Bar. I told him about the situation, and he rushed over. The assistant switched off the computer and booted it back up. He told me to clear my history and everything would work out fine. I left happily, and while I had a traumatized and paranoid look, on the way home I looked out the car's back window to see if any cars in the mall parking lot were following us, but no one from there was anywhere near me. Up to this day, I never liked Apple products. Even though I have an iPhone 4, I am scared something bad will happen. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess this is basically confirmed, isn't it? Like Apple's watching you, Facebook's watching you, like it's all watching you. I guess at this point, it's not even a surprise. Like this isn't scary anymore. This is just pointing out the obvious. At this point, like it's just wondering, okay, what's actually stopping you? Oh, apple biters, apples and slivered almonds. Just quarter and core an apple. Cut a wedge out from the skin side of each quarter. Then press slivered almonds and place for teeth. This is a nice little treat for you. You can make that. Nice little healthy treat for Halloween and other creepy times. I need to get some water. I'll be right back. Hot mic. They did a lot of that.
I am that friend. I am that friend. Give me a fucking moment and I'll do it then.
Alright. Okay. Now I got some actual water rather than cornstarchy liquids. Not sure Gatorade's actually good for anything. Alright. Arabella. A little girl named Penny Warren was given a small doll by her parents. The doll was a gift from an ancient great aunt who had now passed on. Penny was instantly unnerved by the doll, which had nasty little black eyes that seemed to follow her around the room and a sinister grin on her face. Nevertheless, Penny had to accept the doll, as she was well brought up and didn't want to upset her parents by refusing to take it. Her parents told her that the doll's name was Arabella, which made Penny even more afraid of it. It seems to make it more human. Even so, it was just a doll, barely reaching above her knee. So to put her mind at rest, she hid Arabella in a little cupboard under the stairs, under some boxes where her parents wouldn't see it. It wasn't until a few nights later, when Penny was lying in bed, she heard a noise. A shuffling sound that went on for about 5 minutes, then a brief dragging noise, and finally, the scuttling like little footsteps running very fast. Penny was paralyzed with fear, her knuckles turning white from clenching her blanket. Then she heard a voice, soft and eerie, childlike, quite enough not to wake her parents. Penny always slept with the door open and the lamp in the hall on, as she was still a little scared of the dark. Therefore she could hear more through her open door. Penny heard the voice say, "Penny, I'm on the first step." And then a loud scrambling again. As whatever was speaking apparently turned tail and returned to whatever it had come from. The little girl didn't sleep a wink that night, but laid in fear until the break of dawn, when her mother got her up for school, and when she tried to explain what happened, her parents passed it off as just a dream. The next night, Penny fought against sleep, but eventually drifted off, only to be woken again by the sinister voice. "Penny, I'm on the 5th step." Penny was crying by now, and again she didn't sleep that night. The next night, Penny decided to shut her bedroom door and reluctantly sleep without the lights on. Just as she was about to doze, Penny heard a noise, and then the noise. "Penny, I'm on the top step." Penny knew her door was closed, and she was still terribly afraid, her heart pounding. She slowly got up to investigate. She screamed. Penny's parents found her body at the bottom of the stairs. They guessed she was on her way to the bathroom without switching the hall light on and had fallen down the stairs, breaking her neck. Arabella, the favorite family doll, was found beside her, smiling. I like I like this one a little more in how it's set up. You don't know if it's just in her imagination and that all this was in her head and that might actually be what happened. Of course, the implication is that this was all happening and the doll ended up actually killing her. Araceli's story. Hey there, I'm Chris, and this is a true story from and about my good friend Araceli. It's essentially a haunted video game story, if a simple one. To start off, when she was 16, Ari, as we call her, was experiencing problems with her Xena Warrior Princess video game disc for the original PlayStation. So one time she was up at around 2:45 a.m. and decided to pop the disc in because she was stuck on this one frickin' level. So she puts the disc in and loads the save file, but instead of the usual cinematic, she gets a black screen and an ear-piercing scream. Not a generic sounding scream or a sound bite, an actual scream. She described it as a scream of a woman who had just watched her husband or child get murdered or something. I wondered if her parents might have woken up, but apparently there's some pretty thick concrete between their rooms. So Ari decided it was a glitch or something, and she played it in the morning. So she went back to bed, got up in the morning, and tried again. Same thing happened, so she figures, nope, this is a corrupted file, and started a new game on a new file. She was pretty mad about it too. And guess what happens? She gets so far, and then suddenly black screen and scream again. So what she does now, she stops playing it for a while and then takes the game and the memory card over to a friend's house and decides to try it there. And they start playing, and Ari's expecting to hear the scream because, well, the game had been ruined, right? Nope, no scream. The game played perfectly, nothing corrupted. And she goes home thinking, what the fuck? And turn it on there. Cue scream. She had her best friend and boyfriend over at one time to hear it, and one of them, she said he, so it was probably the boyfriend, pissed his pants. She never played that game again. She burnt it, and the PlayStation 2. Now, that might seem like something that's just out of place, but here's the thing. She had a good reason to believe it was haunted. Because a year earlier, Ari had found out that a child had Ari had found out that a child of the previous occupants of the home had died and been buried there, right underneath Ari's room. That's messed up, but apparently, after she burned the game and the console, she never had that problem again. Or maybe she just moved out early. Our Araceli is an active member of the Silent Hill Wiki. She loves horror, and many of us, myself included, consider her mom a gamer. She is now 27 and lives happily with her husband Jared, Daddy Gamer, and two children. Once her parents had passed, she will inherit the house. She does plan to use it once more. Hmm, interesting. The Arbor. The Arbor is an ancient demon spirit. It rarely takes from the physical universe and often only appears in dreams. It is not known how the Arbor chooses who it will appear to, but when it does, there is no way to avoid it. It will often appear as a weeping willow on a hill in a field. The field is described as being endless wildflowers, where the flowers themselves are lidless, human eyeballs sprouting from the green stems. The weeping willow, once seen up close, is revealed to be the arbor. The arbor is described as being made out of several human arms growing from the ground. There are so many of them bunched together so tightly that they resemble the huge trunk of a tree growing from the ground. They held each other They hold each other as they spread out from the ground, creating a tree of human arms. The leaves of the tree are actually severed human heads. This is why it first appears to be a weeping willow. The long hair from each of the heads droops down, giving it a look of a weeping willow from a distance. The arbor is known to lie lie in order to build confidence. It is said to have knowledge involving the aspects of its victims' lives, including wants, needs, and desires. The arbor will attempt to give you things and help you with your struggles. It is a shame that one who encounters the arbor should avoid taking things from it at all costs. All who take from the arbor also takes debit. The cost is the souls of the loved ones, however, it is known. Excuse me. The cost is the souls of loved ones, however, it is known to accept the generosity of one's own life to spare the soul of those dearest. There have been hundreds of documented cases where people have seen the tree in their dreams. To this day, little is known about the demon and how to handle the encounter. Interesting one. I wonder if someone actually ever ends up going to check it out. Alright, Mr. CreepyPasta, eat your heart out. The arcade game. One day, we went out to the arcade near our neighborhood. We went there and we saw a recently new game that hasn't been played yet. The player decided to play the new game and inserted 25 cents into the game machine. When the game title shows it was called Ruffians, which was normal, we played it, but it showed static when it came back into normal title screen was messed up. There was garble everywhere in the title screen going bazonkers. Also, it was in blood red. We pressed play and the game started. The characters were ruffians and it was night 2. We grabbed a hot lady by her dress and pulled her into the corner. The game's doing this by itself. After they started to R her, wait, R? What the hell? Kids games don't have sex in them. I told the guy the game was busted for good, and he brought it out of the arcade for good. Don't ever play games that don't have titles on them that don't have titles on the sides. Also, it was white on the title Ruffians with red on them, and there was no company who created the game. The arcade game was never seen again. Or maybe the game will strike again. We don't know until next time. I think this one is a derivative pasta loosely based on Polybius. So if you're familiar with Polybius, there was a short creepypasta on it, and even the Angry Video Game Nerd made an episode of it. Like, it's one of those things that starts out as like, it seems like just a standard whatever game, but it becomes so addicting that you end up basically going to it. You can't stop playing it. And you'll sit there in exhaustion trying to get higher and higher scores or whatever. I would recommend checking out Angry Video Game Nerds video on it on Polybius. It's like Polybios is how, if you want to like spell it out. Polybius, I believe. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. All right. The Arcade Murderer. Throughout the 80s to the late 2000s, a person who called himself the Arcade Murderer went on a murdering spree. He killed people by mimicking arcade games. Before you ask, no, he did not just mimic Mortal Kombat. He did a lot more than that. He mimicked games from Dig Dug to Donkey Kong to Pac-Man, etc. I will not say the victims' names for confidentiality reasons. Murders. His first murder occurred in 1981, when he took a sledgehammer and beat his victim to death. It was speculated that it was mimicking Donkey Kong when Mario gets a hammer. His second murder account was his disemboweled ex. His second murder was where he disemboweled his ex-girlfriend, who was going to tell the police what he did. He hit her over the head and ate her alive, mimicking Pac-Man. His parents came to find the body hidden in his basement. His mother went home so he could call the police. The murderer's phone line was cut. His father was found later, who was believed to be knocked out and killed by too much air pressure through a bike pump, similar to Dig Dug. Most people who tried to rob arcades of their money overnight were also murdered. One was shot repeated times and had their throat cut with scissors, mimicking Mega Man. You don't just get it, whatever. You don't just get the upgrades. Another robber had their head jumped on and lit on fire, mimicking Super Mario Bros. The last robber murder occurred when he planted a homemade explosive on the victim. Through speculation, most agree that this one mimics Bomberman. The next victim was a friend, who had come to his house not realizing he was the killer. He took the victim's head and ripped it right out, undoubtedly mimicking Mortal Kombat. His last murder happened in 2012, when he planted grenades on a police officer, proceeding to shoot him, mimicking the FPS genre. Captured. He was captured when they found a trail of blood from the officer he was dragging to his house. The SWAT team followed the trail and found the house of the killer. They found all the victims' bodies, who were easy to identify by a detective. The identity of the killer is unknown, but he was captured in 2013, and as of now, we don't know the identity of the arcade killer. So, wait, you have him in custody, but you don't know the identity. Is he just like off the record somehow? I'm trying to understand the logistics of that kind of information, you know? I like the idea that this isn't inherently a game pasta, it's a murder pasta. You know, it's not like, oh, the game was haunted type thing. It's, no, this is the kind of shit that's happening. Let's see. Oh, it is talking about the screen, isn't it? Yeah. Let's not put in any of that information. Let's keep that fairly confidential. No, that's not what I'm trying to look at. Right. Gotcha. Isn't that painful? Same time, huh, Chew? Let's see how it is. It's undermining me. I'm sitting here reading creepypastas. He's sitting there playing Splootin'. He's playing Splootin' 3. I see how it is. At the same time. Ugh. Jerk. Not really. Yeah, it was the same time. I really doubt he knew I was gonna be doing shit. I didn't allude to anything before I started this stream. I probably should, because then I'd get probably some better notoriety. And, like, people actually going, hey, why don't we check that out? Oh, it's my own damn fault. I'm terrible at this. I'm terrible at YouTube. I'm terrible at creating content. Alright. Are you awake? I used to be such a sound sleeper. I'd close my eyes and rest my head on the pillow, and when I opened my eyes again, a second later, it would be light out. That's how it used to be, at least. A week ago, as I was about to get into bed, I heard a loud noise from downstairs. And when I went down to investigate, I found one of the living room windows wide open, the lamp on the table next to it lying on the floor, shattered. I sighed loudly and shut the window tight. I got the dustpan and brush and cleaned up most of what was left of the lamp. I threw it in the trash. I was exhausted by this point. I was so I groggily walked back up the stairs, into my bedroom, into my bed. The warmth of the bed was comforting. I was completely relaxed. That's why I was so curious as to why I couldn't fall asleep. As I said before, I was a sound sleeper. I never had trouble sleeping, especially when I was tired and wanted to sleep. So what was eating at me at the back of my mind, keeping me awake? That was when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up on end, and a terrifying shiver went down my spine. Are you awake? A quiet voice whispered in my ear. I froze. Whoever was speaking was so close I could feel the warm breath on my ear. I didn't react. I tried my hardest to pretend to be asleep. I hoped whoever this was would just leave me alone. After a few minutes, I could no longer feel the breath on my ear, but I still didn't move. Didn't want I didn't want to until I still didn't move. I didn't want to until I saw the sunrise. I've never been happier than when I saw my first ray of light the next morning. I jumped out of my bed, got dressed, grabbed my car keys, and shot out the front door, having just enough time to look at the now empty table, which once had the lamp. I drove to my closest friend's house and told him what happened. He assured me I could stay with him for a few nights, and called the police for me while I sipped some coffee. The police questioned me, as you'd expect. I gave them my house keys so they could search and see if they could find any evidence. They came back in the afternoon to return my keys and told me they found no sign of anyone that was still in my house. Unconvinced, or maybe just nervous, I stayed at my friend's house for the rest of the week, finally returning home on Sunday. My friend offered to stay with me, but I assured him that it wouldn't be a problem. I did cautiously check the house again, though. Just to be sure. Once I was finally confident, I crawled into bed and closed my eyes to drift into what I hoped would be my first pleasant sleep of the week. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my side. I reached down to see what was wrong and found my hands covered in blood. I guess you were awake, the voice whispered. This one, I would have kept the voice whispered out of it. Roblox, why? Roblox and Zalgo at the same time? No. Oh! My god, there's some of these you need alcohol for. Fuck. Are you sure? The dream. It was around June, if I remember correctly. Now, it was just a dream, so don't look up this game on Roblox. I fell asleep, of course. The dream started with me getting on my computer. Telemon is one of my friends in real life Roblox. He also was in the dream. In this dream he PM'd me. I don't like PM, I like DM. He PM'd me to follow him into a game called Are You Sure? I wondered why it was called that, but I shrugged it off and followed him. When I was in the game, Telemann was only a few meters away from the spawn. Everything around my character was black except for Telemon. He was facing the other way. I walked up to him. He turned around, and his face looked like Zalgo. That freaked me out a bit. Then a loud screaming noise broke through my speakers. Telemon broke through my screen and said, "Are you sure?" And then his mouth consumed me. Rosie Girl 98's remark. The next night, I followed my best friend Rosie Girl into the lobby. I told her about the dream. She searched that game. It didn't exist. I said, "Well, it was a dream, you know." She replied, "Well, you never know." The morning after. The day after she made that remark, I was looking through my history for Create a Saiyan V2 on Newgrounds. Oh shit, I think I played that game once. Have I? I don't know. There was history for the night I had that dream. I clicked on the history and scrolled all the way down. One of the results was Are You Sure? A Roblox free game. How peculiar. Rosie said the game didn't exist. And even if it did, I never played it. Except in the dream. I don't like this one too much. So I do like the whole meta thing when it actually references Newgrounds of all places. That Newgrounds was a pretty damn good site. I would recommend Newgrounds to anyone, even today. There's some great content. Unfortunately, it's just not the place for. It's just not a high traffic place. You're not getting any money from it. But a lot of animators got their start there. And a lot of animators that came from there tried to tell people to gravitate back towards Newgrounds, but YouTube Effecti was superior because it didn't have as many of the limitations that Newgrounds had. Tom Felt did over time increase the capabilities of it though. So for what that's worth. Aren't you glad you didn't turn the lights on? I believe this is from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. She commandeered the room in the basement of her dorm as soon as she realized she would have had to pull an all-nighter in order to prepare for tomorrow's final exam. Her roommate, Jenna, liked to go to bed early, so she packed up everything she thought she would need and went downstairs to study. And study, and study some more. It was 2 o'clock when she realized she had left one of the textbooks upstairs in her bed. With a dramatic sigh, she rose and climbed the stairs slowly to the third-floor dorm room. The lights were dim in the long hallway, and the old boards creaked under her wary tread. She reached the room and turned the handle as softly as she could, pushing the door open just enough to slip inside, so that the hall lights wouldn't wake her roommate. The room was filled with a strange metallic smell. She frowned a bit, her arms breaking into chills. There was a strange feeling of malice in the room, as if a malevolent gaze were fixed upon her. It was a mind trick. The all-nighter was catching up with her. She could hear Jenna breathing on the far side of the room, a heavy sound, almost as if she had been running. Jenna must have picked up a cold during the last tense week of before finals. She crept along the wall until she reached her bed, groping among the covers of her stray history textbook. In the silence, she could hear a steady drip, drip, drip sound. She sighed silently. Facilities would have to come fix the sink in the bathroom again. Her fingers closed on the textbook. She picked it up softly and withdrew from the room as silently as she could. Relieved to be out of the room, she hurried back downstairs, collapsed into an overstuffed chair, and studied until 6 o'clock. She finally decided that enough was enough. If she slipped upstairs now, she could get a couple hours' sleep before her 9 o'clock exam. The first of the sun rays were beaming through the windows as she slowly slid the door open, hoping not to awaken Jenna. Her nose was met by an earthly, metallic smell a second before her eyes registered the scene in her dorm room. Jenna was spread eagle on top of her bed against the far wall, her throat cut from ear to ear. Nightdress stained with blood. 2 drops of blood fell from the saturated blanket with a drip, drip noise that sounded like a leaky faucet. Scream after scream poured from her mouth, but she couldn't stop herself any more as she could cease writhing her hands. Along the hallway, doors slammed and footsteps came running down the passage. With moments, other students had gathered in the doorway. One of her friends gripped her arm with a shaking hand and pointed a trembling finger towards the wall. Her eyes widened in shock at what she saw. She fainted into her friend's arms. On the wall above her head, written in her roommate's blood, were the words, "Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the lights?" Ooh, there's just so much mystery in that. Alright, so we're talking about she goes to bed early, so we're talking about like, maybe she goes to bed around like 12, maybe? Like, basement room, realized pulling all nighter. Maybe 9, 8, whatever. So we're talking about 2 o'clock. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So possibly between 4 to 6 hours go by. And she goes in there and everything seems relatively normal, except a little bit more noise and a weird smell, and doesn't really think about it. I guess there's also another implication with the term spread eagle. That's something worrying. And then the thought that could she have been saved before and then found out who the killer was or something like that. Argbaktu, pagan god of treachery. Before the birth of Christianity and other major religions, people believed in multiple gods and other deities. Most people called this belief paganism. Paganism was believed to be the most practiced in ancient Babylon times. People would travel miles to get to locations of where they could worship the pagan deities and even sacrifice to them. One of the most unknown pagan deity of all was Argbaktu. Argbaktu is a god of treachery. With the little information there is on Argbaktu, said that the way people worshipped him was by sacrificing one of their family members. The sacrifice couldn't be a ritual sacrifice if it had to be more of a murder, a betrayal, you could say. People would lead their unsuspecting family members to their deaths in the name of Argbaktu, and in return they would get one wish. The wish could be anything they desired, but it is said that the wish they asked for they would not receive. Instead, a person that asked for the wish would get the complete opposite. Examples are like if a person asked for immortality, and they would immediately die, or if a person asked for wealth, they would become poor. It was Arboktu's way of repaying treachery with treachery. Other information says that Arboktu could possess people and force them to commit treachery. Some even speculate that he influenced world events such as Hitler betraying Stalin or Brutus killing Julius Caesar, and the weirdest one of them all is that he possessed Judas to betray Jesus. Just watch yourself out there and you might be the next victim of treachery. Matt 9196 Talk, 237 October. I'm sure this is a hyperlink to a video or something. Eh. I don't know what to say about it. I really don't. All right. The art of fear. Why is it that the human race should be considered the least vulnerable to a painful, terrorizing death? Thousands upon thousands of other species on Earth are hunted down as this is written. But I believe that the most gruesome aspect of human life is the fact that they don't know when or how they could possibly have a dark, brutal demise. There are billions of them living in this dimension. Do you believe there's a chance that I could just find you and fill you with terror until it overflows with your conscience? Until it just cannot handle it, and you simply fall to death. Murder doesn't have to always be inflicted with a knife or firearm. It can be within the mind. You are probably aware of fear. For example, when you were young, you probably kept your head under the covers in bed. And then, when your head emerged from bed, and you weren't facing the entrance of your bedroom, you experienced fear. Fear in that nature can be used like a knife. Look at one of your horror passages told from the point of view of the one experiencing fear. You're put in their shoes. That's why you're the one who can't get a good night's rest after reading, as opposed to the writer. The writer inflicted fear on you as if it's a blade. Behind that blade is a person, just your average internet addict who has fun scaring people via the World Wide Web. So in this sense, why should you be scared? Because it doesn't matter what the person inflicting fear is. It matters how dark and horrific and deep that stab wound of fear is. You probably get the idea at this point. Now, do me a favor and read the first word of each paragraph. Why don't you look behind you? That is clever as shit. Now this should be here. Is the only problem. This sentence should be up here at the end. This is okay, so as the story in and of itself, I think this does really well. This is one I would definitely recommend sending to people. Except I would edit this part, so that way it's why don't you look behind you. I'm pretty sure the first time I read this, I think I did. Full disclosure. But yes, the idea of fear. It it's interesting because you can make someone fear something that's not there. You can make someone you can garner a particular reaction out of someone using the right assemblance of manipulating their mind into thinking a thing could be whether there is or not. Oh. Ooh, excuse me. Arthur, you volunteer at the mental health clinic. Given the dangerous nature of the residents, they assign you the rooms of the less violent patients. The suicidal, those who bear the voices, those who hear voices, those who don't say anything at all. You become close to a mute man named Arthur. He is a rapt listener. I just don't think I know that word. He's an apt. There we go. That's what's supposed to. The R is a typo. He's an apt listener, willing to nod his head for hours as you tell him the story of your life. You mention your past, your present, and people involved in both. Your hopes for the future. Arthur just nods. After several months of listening, you figure that you owe it to Arthur to get him out of the clinic. He can't be happy sitting in a room by himself, nodding at interns every day. You talk to the supervisor of the clinic. You argue that he isn't harming anyone. That he grooms and feeds himself with no problems. That perhaps his condition is a physical ailment. The day comes when your arguing pays off. The supervisor has agreed to let Arthur go. You rush to his room to tell him the good news. You're free, you shout. Isn't that great? Arthur just nods. You write your name and address on a piece of paper, hand it to him. I'm going to miss having someone to talk to, you say. But now you can write me. I can learn all about you. Like why they're so insistent on having you in here, pal. I had to fight Dr. Thanner every day to get you out. He looks at you and takes the paper, just nods. You go home feeling good about yourself. You brag to everyone you can tell, friends, family, classmates, coworkers, about how you came through for Arthur. You even fall asleep with a smile. That night, your eyes snap open. Screams, unearthly screams wake you up. Then you see them, your mother, your father, your friends, your classmates, your coworkers, lying on your floor, their blood soaking into your carpet, your walls stained with carnage. Their heads bashed in, their eyes missing from their sockets, everyone you know dead or dying. You whimper and see a man standing in the doorway. It's Arthur, holding a piece of paper you gave him. Your entire body shaking. You choke out. Are you here to kill me? Arthur just nods. That's an interesting one. Subverting the expectation of a person. We could probably pick up that that's what's going to happen because we know what kind of story we're going into. But he wouldn't because it's the only exposure he had. Why does he need to be in here? Well, here you go. All right. The Ashboro Woods. I'm not going to claim that this story is true because it isn't. See? I'm being honest about it, unlike a lot of you guys. So, enough of me yapping about if this is a true story or not. Let's get started, shall we? Me and my friends, Mark, always took the short route home after school. The long route went by the woods, where there is rumored to be a psychopath that lives deep in the woods. So most kids just avoid that area of our town, including me and Mark. But one day, our curiosity got the better of us, and we went into the woods to see if that story was true. This story is that in 1886, a local man went crazy and killed his wife and kids. No one knew if it was real or not, seeing how the story was supposedly covered up. We were about to find out if it was true or not. It was around 4:30 p.m. when we arrived, and it was getting pretty dark. Daylight savings time. So we decided to go in for about 20 minutes and then come back out. Apparently we lost track of time. It was already dark. We couldn't see for shit. I didn't think we had went that far into the woods as we did, but this is where everything goes to shit. We heard something move behind us. Mark just thought it was a raccoon or something. But then whatever it was started laughing. We both started running away from whatever it was. I got out of the woods safely, then proceeded to head home. As I got home, I saw my mom was on the phone. She looked very upset. She asked me if I had seen Mark. I lied and said I hadn't seen him since school. The next day, police found Mark's body outside of a shack in the woods. He wasn't mutilated in any way. He was strangled. That's what the police said, anyways. It's been exactly a year since Mark died. I have a 357 Magnum that I took from my father. I'm going to find that bastard that killed Mark and return the favor. Retribution is what you seek. I don't like priming a story by saying it's one way or another. Like, it's one thing to not claim that the story is true and then saying it isn't. I would just leave that out completely. Leave it up to the person reading it to interpret it. Don't call it out, because that's what takes away from it. Like, you don't know if, oh, is this an urban legend? Could it be in some town that we don't know about? I could try and make one about my town. I just don't know how I would make it, though, or how long it would be. I'd probably prefer something that's like a 3-page story. Ashtrays. As we all know, smoking is really bad for your health. What a lot of people don't realize is that when you smoke, those few minutes of your expected lifespan are literally transformed into the ash you flick away into the ashtray. Ashtrays, each and every one of them, are constructed by a single group running several dozen front companies. Basically, unless you're putting your smokes beneath your heel or in the ashtray, your kid may at camp, you're dispensing your ashen life into the group's eager little receptacle. Their ashes absorb the life force from the ashes. Their ashtrays absorb the life force from the ashes and sends it to the central holding facility. No one knows for sure what these guys are going to do when they've collected all that life energy, but it's probably going to be huge. Incidentally, there's talk of rival organizations leading the anti-smoking political agenda from behind the scenes. They probably figure removing smoking sections and thus ashtrays from restaurants and bars is a first step towards thwarting whatever it is these ashtrays companies are trying to do. You see, I'm sorry, I gotta do it. I gotta do the thing because Where's that? Where's that? It's probably going to be huge. You see, we've got to get the ashtrays for all the smokers. And we need to take the ash and apply it to ourselves, and that's the goal for immortality. That is my goal as president. This plan, the success is gonna be huge. Don't you understand? It's all gonna be huge. You know where I'm going with this. We need ashtrays on every corner of every table. We need to take the life force from all the ashes, and it'll be beautiful. I'm sure that was a terrible impression, but screw it. Terrible guy. Whatever. Astral projection. Astral projection, or out of body experiences, is a phenomena in which we come out of our body and enter the astral realm. When we astral project, we enter an astral body which is separate from the physical body and allows us to travel outside of it. The astral realm, or astral planes, is a world that is much like ours but vibrates on different frequencies, having levels that hold entities and beings that vibrate on a certain vibration. Lower vibration beings live on a lower planes. Those beings are negative. Positive entities live on higher planes and vibrate much faster than lower entities. We give out a vibration depending on our mood. If we are depressed, we give out a low frequency that will allow negative entities to see us. And maybe... Damn. Will allow negative entities to see us and may be drawn towards us to feed off that energy. If we are happy and confident, then we give off a higher frequency. So lower frequencies equal lower planes, and higher frequencies equal higher planes. Anything that you can imagine is possible when you astral project. If you want to visit a different planet, you could. If you want to fly over cities, you could. People experiencing astral projection either spontaneously by illness, sleep, surgical operations, sleep paralysis, or it is induced by practicing meditation. People sometimes mistake lucid dreaming, being aware that you are in a dream and being able to control what's in it, from astral projection. The difference is that when you astral project, you are actually going to these places. If you lucid dream, you are obviously still dreaming. People astral project for many different reasons. For spiritual beliefs, to gain knowledge and interact with the other side, or some people may just be curious. We astral project every night when we sleep. We are just not consciously aware of it. Oh wow, we're actually this close to the bees. All right. Yeah, I'd say it's close enough. Sure, it's getting all flammy. So I'm gonna take an intermission. Feel free to kind of detoxify or whatever, detox yourself. If you need to lighten your mood or whatever. Feel free to go to the bathroom, get something to drink, get something to eat, whatever. Turn all the lights on in the house. Give your parents a hug or whoever. Do whatever. I'll be back in about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. This is the intermission. All right, and we are back. Cat, why? No, chill. Cat. Oh, all right. So now that we're back, now I don't know. I found this a little strange. Let me know if you think the same thing. This says this is the one I'm selected on. This says 1 page, but this is not 1 page. I'm not sure how it's considered 1 page because I brought up the Word document and it's a 4 page thing. So I don't think it's gonna change. So I don't think it's gonna change. So my thoughts, I might as well go ahead and read the damn thing. It's just a little irritating that this isn't working the way it's advertised. You know? Oh. All right. So I got more tea. Help my throat. Mint, herbal tea, and honey. Should be good. Okay. All the way at top. Yeah. Asylum Chi, the Journal of Catherine E. Scholar. November 23rd, 2011.
Looking like she's about to jump. Sarah, don't jump in the eye, baby.
All right.
Your turn.
It was a cold, terrifying morning, driving with my friends to go check an asylum in El Paso, Texas. The city is peaceful and calm with many friendly people always greeting and smiling, but we are not here for that. We are here to go investigate an old asylum that is still open, but we are going to check an old part of the building. My friend Gregory was about to knock on the iron door, but suddenly opened with his hand about to hit the door. An old, eerie, short man came out of his red satin robe and old wooden cane, and had a little red tin in it. He looked blind and raised his head to speak at us. "Ah, I see you have arrived for the investigation." He spoke with a slow, deranged voice that can almost scare anyone in the same room. "Yes, we are here, and we were going to explore the old building everyone's building with the cells. Can you show us the way, sir?" Gregory asked. He nodded slowly and then started walking, and everybody followed him. Once we got there, everybody started looking at the cells, and Gregory and Melinda went down to the basement for further investigation. You may ask why we are investigating this asylum. We have heard that this is a fabled Asylum Chi, an asylum that were held for the most insane people out there in the world, and the people were heavily confined there. Nobody knows which asylum is Asylum Chi, but we think this asylum fits the bill. I look into one of the tiny wet cells, and I decided to look into this one. It had a small white bed, a very nasty toilet, and an old worn table that had scratches. On the table was a purplish red book that had writing on it. It said Catherine's Journal, and I decided to read it. This world is a lie. Oh, wait, January 2nd, 1992. This world is a lie. Ever since I was born, I already knew the whole world was against me, and even my mom knew. I was abandoned by her, and I had to live alone in this cold, sad weather that reeked with despair and disease. I had to make fire in the bins with other poor people who usually gave me a scrap of meat or a crumb of bread. Things started getting worse later on when everybody I knew started to do cannibalism and killed anybody they saw with their bloodthirsty eyes ready to strike. I started hiding and hoped that I wouldn't get killed myself. And to be more secure, I carried a knife which I mugged from a guy out of the streets. That is how my early childhood went, and everywhere I went I saw suicides and death lingering in the air. Then again, I wasn't pure myself because I killed many people just to satisfy my sadist hunger for blood. I was put into an asylum when they found me killing a man and eating him myself because I was starving. That was when they took me to hell, and literally it was hell with the many maniacal screams and loud sobbing. I was thrown into a cell with a lot of confinement. And they just left me there with only mashed potatoes and carrots. I found a journal inside a hidden compartment and decided to use it to write my experience here in Asylum Chi. Catherine E. Scholar. November 24th, 2011. When I read the first entry of Catherine's journal, it kind of shocked me with its reference of Asylum Chi. Asylum Chi was shut down for a reason no one knows. Some speculate that many mentally ill were killed too much and that made it shut down. Others say the devil worshipping was experimental. That others say that devil worshipping was experimented there, but that's what conspiracy theorists say. Right after Asylum Chi was shut down, nobody knows what asylum was the Asylum Chi. While I was looking around in the asylum, I saw many strange things written on the walls, which is weird because how can insane people get a hold of pencils if they were heavily confined? So many questions were in my head because of this journal. Another bad thing was that Melinda and Gregory were missing since yesterday, and we looked everywhere for them. We tried calling them on their cell phones, but no one answered the phone. And when we tried to call their families, they said they would not have not seen them since yesterday early in the morning before we went to investigate. We were, of course, still in the asylum for the investigation to look for Melinda and Gregory, who were missing. I decided to read the next page of Catherine's journal. January 3rd, 1992. It feels like I've been here for weeks. In fact, I've only been here for one day. I only know what day it is because I eavesdrop on the nurses to hear what day it is. The even strange thing is that the friends I met yesterday just disappeared. And last thing I heard was a scared panic scream and a chainsaw. They did tell me something important that I think will be useful to use for the nearby future. The conversation happened when we had a short break in a heavily guarded room, which has only had pencils with dull tip and paper. I decided to sit next to a guy who was sitting alone in the corner writing something on the wall. He wrote, "The devil is here." And then he turned to talk to me and told me something scary. Chi is everywhere. Chi is everywhere. Watch for the old man dressed in crimson red. He then was about to stab me, but an old lady pushed him and the guy was tranquilized from security. The old lady looked at me. The old lady took me to her area with her buddies who were drawing very disturbing pictures. They all told me that I had the same thing, but didn't try to stab me. Watch for the old man who cloaks himself in crimson red of his victims' souls and blood. They showed me their pictures of a stick figure eyes, plain black, and blood coming out, and the pictures had the same words, "Chi is everywhere and is coming for you." I have to stop writing now because I hear another scream down the hall. Catherine E. Scholar. November 25th, 2011. Today is Thanksgiving. A time to spend with our families, but instead we are stuck here in this creepy asylum, eating very cold turkey and rotten mashed potatoes. It made me wish that my family was not completely dead. I never told you, but my parents and my older brother worked at an asylum, which they never bothered to tell me. Every night I would hear weird mumbling and demonic symbols all over the house. They looked like zombies when they came back from their work, and I usually worried about them. On the day they died, they just came back from home, except they actually looked happy, not mindless, soulless humans. My older brother looked at me and said something that scared me. "Come and let's eat." He took out a knife which already had blood dripping from it. Then my mom and dad took out their own bloody knives and chanting, "Chi is coming for you." I remember just getting a gun from the pantry and I had no choice but to shoot them dead. I shot every one of them. That day always made me feel evil and a cold blood murderer. But right now, it's the wrong right. Right now, while I am writing this on my laptop, I am indeed crying. You're probably wondering, like, maybe my parents were probably working in Asylum Chi, and how can I be talking about this now? It's because of Catherine's journal. January 7th, 1992. Every single day I hear, Chi is coming, or death, death, death. Then I hear severely sobbing, chanting, demonic voices. I also have been seeing weird things all over the place whenever it's night. One night I was sleeping and I opened my eyes and saw an old man. He was wearing a red robe and was standing with his cane in a hand and slowly started speaking. Your sins are severe and Chi is everywhere, everywhere, and you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it, you evil human. I was about to punch him, but I could not move, and he was gone. To tell you the truth, I actually killed my mom, and she did not abandon me. I killed her because of stress. I killed her because... There's the picture. She is everywhere and is coming for you. November 27, 2011. Huh? It's kind of strange. There's an entry on the 25th, and it wasn't even on my computer at all. That's really weird thing is that no one knows that I brought the desktop on the trip. Even the even weird part is that I do have a family. I have a mom, dad, an older brother and sister. Well, anyway, maybe someone on the crew is trying to scare the crap out of me. This journal entry is very short and I can't find the ripped page of the previous entry. This journal entry even creeps me out. January 8th, 2011. She is real. She was the daughter of an old man and nobody knows how she died. This place is built on an old man's house and the grave of Chi. That explains the moaning of a girl that repeats every 12 o'clock. Why abandon me? If you are asking me how I know this, then go find out yourself. Catherine E. Scholar. November 30th, 2011. For the last few days, things have gotten worse. Like my crew members keep disappearing, and recently, we found the dead body of Melinda. We tried calling the police, but after all of our phones died and my laptop can't connect to anybody right now. For the love of God, please help me. December 1st, 2011. Nobody has answered, and now I only have 10 crew members left who are right now reading what I'm typing. We tried to find the exit, but we can't find it. And we even tried finding that old man, and still nothing. The only thing that I really seem to be worrying is preserving Catherine's diary. The next entry of the diary gives more info on this asylum. January 10th, 2012. I've been here for a long time. Recently, I've been hearing many conversations by the nurses and other crazy folk. The people that work here aren't human, and even the old man is not a human. This asylum was named after Chi because she died here, not because of an accident, but because she was sacrificed to the devil. She was sacrificed to her dad, and the last words she repeated was, "Why abandon me, Father? Why? Do you hate me? I can change, I can change." After she said that, she was buried alive, stabbed, and finally drowned. I know how she died because this asylum is used for sacrificing and is also for worshipping the devil. Catherine E. Scholar. This is for the most part, pretty well written. I like that it's going back and forth between these entries and these entries, between Catherine's journal and the dude's journal. I think that's a really interesting way, and I think when you do it like this, it actually works out pretty decent. At home. You're sitting at home on the computer. After a long day at school, like you always do, you check the clock on your phone. It's 9 p.m. Your parents are probably asleep upstairs like always. You hear a sharp sound of a TV cutting on, and you know it's your sister watching Doctor Who, or playing on the Wii like she does every night. You decide to check on your Facebook status out of pure habit, and you see you have a message on your wall. You begin to read, "Your mom and I are so proud of you. You're growing up so fast. We just want to thank you again for watching the house while we stay at Disneyland Resort with your little sister. Hope you're having fun." You think to yourself, "Oh yeah, I forgot they were out." Then you hear something click. You hear the sound of the television cutting off upstairs, and you freeze. Your blood runs cold. You begin to hear the footsteps of someone coming down from the stairs behind you. The silence after the last footstep leaves you choking with your eyes bloodshot. Hold your breath, daring not to even glare to the right of you. All you can do is scream in your head and pray that the silence never breaks. All you do is pray for silence. This is actually pretty decent. I think this is actually really well set up. And it's not, it could be a little longer. Set up a little bit more of like, to like improve on like, okay, well, the stuff he's hearing outside his room. You know, it's your sister. Your mom and I are so proud of you. Growing up fast with your little sister. So yeah, now you're wondering who the hell's in my sister's bedroom. Yeah. Excuse me? At the store. In any convenience store or any supermarket in the world, go to the section which sells kitchen knives. At around 7 p.m., close your eyes and imagine the most horrible thoughts that lie in your head. Once you are done, you'll be in the same store, but you'll notice there is no one inside except a man wearing a black hoodie holding two knives. He is not a robber. Some say he isn't human. He will remove his hood and reveal either a deceased loved one, a famous actor, your enemy, anyone. You only have 30 minutes to defeat him. You must grab the nearest knife and prepare to fight him. The man will be swift and will dodge your every attack. There are 4 consequences after the battle. 1. If you manage to badly injure the man, a bright flash of light will blind you, and you'll be standing inside your living room as if nothing happened. You'll have unbelievably good luck for the 3 days, but in the next 3 days, your life will be in an unimaginable hell. Number 2, if you actually killed him, you'll suddenly fall onto the floor unconscious. Once you wake up, you should find a gold coin with an unknown symbol in front of your door. Show this gold coin to any person; they will do your bidding. Be it driving you anywhere or even killing someone you hate. Do not lose this coin, or all hell breaks loose. Number 3. If you are lucky enough to cut a body part off of him, you will fall into a deep sleep. You will hear horrible screams of pain and agony. Once you wake up, the television will suddenly turn on, and an unknown channel. In that channel, it will show you how you will die. Number 4. But of all the consequences, it's got to be the worst. It's what happens when you don't injure the man. Many would say that this fate is worse than death. What's the consequences, you ask? Well, have you ever wanted to know where the Slender Man really comes from? Okay, that one I didn't expect. It wrapped into that's how you make a Slenderman. Lo and behold. But it sets it up almost like It could be a Jeff the Killer type thing. Mm. I can't deny that it was kind of clever. It's a ritual type thing. The number two, just as long as you're responsible for the gold coin, like it's fine. You can get corrupted real quick, but yeah. Attacked. Security has been breached. Must go. Must protect the world. Go. Go to save everything. Gotta save everything. Protect the world from the invaders. Protect the passive. Protect the passive Cecil. I don't know what that is. Protect the passive active. Protect the networks. Protect the central command chain. And for God's sakes, do not let the enemy breach our perimeter. It only takes one to kill the world. Go on. The white move out to battle on the enemy in its forms. They have breached the barrier in only one location, but until the barrier reseals, the whites are to remain. The whites are the main defense of this world. You watch, passive Cecil, as the whites move out to defend you. This is sounding really weird. Whites move out to defend your world and yourself. You know what you must do, and give them resources and aid, while at the same time sending energy along towards the breach to stop its resealing. The reds float passively, mindlessly as the enemy moves along them. The whites are coming. Wait a minute, I think I know what this is. The whites are coming, and the enemy knows this. It starts to attack in the passive Cecils, taking town their minimum defenses and breaching personal shields. They possess the minds of the Cecils and turn them into mindless production factories. The enemy has gained a foothold. The bombers are coming in, the whites just behind them. They have found possessed Cecils and destroyed them along anything too close to them. They are a power unstopped by the enemy, because the enemy is not able to stop them. They start to destroy everything around the attack zone, hoping to hold back the enemy until the whites arrive. The whites have arrived. They take down the enemy with ruthless power, engulfing them in acids and poisons. Using the enemy as an energy source for themselves, the battle is engaged, and the enemy is endless. It only takes one to resurrect the entire enemy forces, so the whites must kill them all. And still the breach is open. The reds begin to act now as the whites... The reds begin to act now, and the whites are there. They start to gather around the breach, sealing off at a slow but steady pace, even as the whites are trying to reach the breach. The whites are being pushed back. The enemy is superior to the whites, but the reds have no concept of enemy. They sense only the breach. Tools and resources flow around them, and put them out at will and seal the breach. Put them out at will and seal the breach, using the substances both from inside and outside to fix the problem. The breach is almost sealed. The reds are close to being done, and the whites have won the day. The Cecils are now reproducing and fill the gaps left by the enemy in the war. The war has been saved again by all its members. The control center sends its command, creating pleasure and giving all the relaxing break from the work, and are now that they are safe. The tiny splinter hurt like hell, but at least there wasn't any blood this time. So you so dearly hate blood. Now that it's no longer in your finger, you can write again. Woohoo! You run outside and trip, scraping your knee. Security has been breached. Must go. Must protect world. Must go. Go to save everything. Protect the world from invaders. Protect the passive Cecil. I think that's supposed to be vessel. I don't know. Protect the passive active. Protect the networks. Protect the central command chain. And for God's sakes, do not let the enemy breach our perimeter. It only takes one to kill our world. Go! Okay, so this is actually pretty interesting. This is almost like fucking cells at work shit. The dark one. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, when you start making it sound like a much darker world is definitely different. Oh, this one's a poem. Attempted. I shakingly stood on top of a chair, shocked, with not a breath of air. As I slowly faded away from life, I thought of my family, my kids, my wife. As my vision grew darker and darker, the pain just made indefinite marker. When it faded to completely black, there is nothing left that I lack. I should be happy away from life, but the pain was too large to strive. I wish I never did it. I wish I stayed afloat. But now, I'm in darkness. I wish I had stayed afloat. But now I am in darkness, with no power to gloat. I wish what I heard was real. I wished existed. But that was not. And I was forever omitted. Ooh. Ooh. You regret a decision and don't get the chance to take it back. Attention. Attention. Please read this sentence aloud. Hello, Molly. If you read it out loud, as I instructed, you should be safe. If you read it in your head, Molly is safe now too. Inside your head. Yeah, I see what they did there. If you were here and you looked at, yeah, you done goofed, I guess. Fucking, I don't know. I don't know, say it, whatever. You don't know. The attic tomb. I stare out the window waiting, just killing time, even when I knew I was running out of it. Tonight was a new moon, so the view outside was pitch black. I believe even the moon knew it was going to take place and decided to hide away. I would too if I had the chance. Ooh, excuse me. I enjoyed it here at my grandmother's house. It was the house I basically grew up in. My home away from home, my sanctuary, you could say. But even my safe haven was not safe anymore. I sit in my office chair upstairs, looking back at my life and the meaningless accomplishments that had taken place. My first girlfriend, graduating as a valedictorian, becoming a doctor. All was so useless to me now. If I knew this was going to happen years ago, I would have just ended it all then. I never wanted to go out like this, being locked up hiding in the attic from something I knew I couldn't stop, couldn't be stopped. It was torture, and I feel so helpless right now. I open the desk drawer and pull out my gun, my dad's old Smith & Wesson 41 Magnum. Still held the shine it had when he first got it. He got it for protection against thieves breaking in, but I never planned on using it on the ones I loved. I pinch myself to see if this is all just some stress-related delusion. Then I hear it. Slowly the noise creeps up the staircase to my door. The noise gets louder and louder as I start to hear the snarls of a feral animal hungry for meat. I bring the gun up to eye level and aim at the door. Please, just go the hell away. Please, I beg of you. My voice wavered in fear. I heard no answer. The noise stopped and silence took its place. The absence of the noise grew louder. Fear started to grip me even further. I started to cry, "Go the fuck away!" This time I got a response. My door broke down and behind it I saw those eyes. Those damn yellow eyes. Go away. Please, baby, I know you can hear me. And she walked through. My fiancée, her once blue eyes, which once shone love and compassion, now turned yellow with the lust for flesh. She now had the eyes of a predator. Her skin had none of her natural color, and her bones were showing through her skin. She came closer, teeth showing in anticipation. I placed the gun to my temple. "I'm sorry." And another tear left my eye before I pulled the trigger. Click, 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 click. Nothing happened. It was empty. Just my luck. This attic will be my tomb. I'm not completely sure what the implication is. It says his fiancée. And it said something about his grandma, and I'm just kind of confused on what's... I don't know. I really don't. Attraction 587502. Thunder rumbles outside his home, a blue house with powerful temple guarding the door. A steady electric sound beats slowly, accompanied by the slow sloshing of water. The original Lavender Town theme plays silently on the radio as in a much less scary way, like something you'd expect more from a circus rather than the Circe's older brother. Inside his establishment, the owner of the house, named Kunami, takes out a master ball. Wait, this is a Pokemon one? Oh. Which is a black shade of greenish purple and reddish pink in a light of the moon. Come out, Hypno. It is time. Kunami holds up an unusually colored device of the Pokeball variation. And the Hypno comes out of it in less than a nanosecond. Kunami stays silent for several seconds, then directs his hand towards the door behind him, saying, "It's time for you too." The door slowly opens, revealing a Duat and an Emolga inside the closet the door leads to. They come out with irritated looks on their faces. "Hypno, do your thing." Hypno slowly rocks his watch, and Duat's eyes turn red. Once the Hypno rotates, the Emolga's eyes turn red as well. Kunami smiles as his eyes of his hypnotized Pokemon. "Enter the machine," he says as he points to an oversized record player. His hypnotized Pokemon follow his orders. Kunami then puts TM45 on the record player. The record player starts almost immediately. Once the record is over, the record player automatically turns off. Exit. The hypnotized Pokemon come out. Kunami smiles again and says, "Yous attract on each other." The Emolga and Duat summon floating hearts and send them towards each other. A pink aura makes sight of the two impossible. After 20 long minutes, the aura fades, and both Pokemon are revealed to be infatuated. Between them are many Pokemon eggs. The Pokemon had bred out of love. In fact, they were still making eggs. Kunami smiles more and more. "Yes, I will soon have a Pokemon army of water and electricity. The water they'll produce will heighten the power of the sparks. When they all learn Water Gun, I shall defeat almost every new trainer." He pauses and says, But almost every new trainer is not enough for me. I want to defeat all trainers, new, old, and everyone in between. He walks out of the room. A minute later, two of the Pokemon eggs hatch. A baby Pokemon that comes out of them looked as expected. Combinations of Emolga and Oshawott. One says, Imashawat. Imashawata. Then uses a water gun upwards. The electrified water produced from the move goes through the roof and hits a wild flying Tranquil. The Tranquil functions into the roof of Konami's house, fainted and wet, surrounded with AC and DC sparks. That's not how. It's not how electricity works. You don't. AC and DC. DC is direct current. AC is alternating current. So AC generally has the idea that it's something that is spinning and generating a current with that. So you have transformers that are constantly they're basically used as repeaters. DC is direct, like your battery. It can only flow one direction. AC can flow in both directions. Doesn't matter. It's arbitrary. That's not how. And also, there's sparks. Sparks aren't inerrant electricity. They're discharge mostly, I believe. When you spark, there's a quick discharge of something. It's a discharge of whatever electricity or whatever power is there. And the only thing it can possibly be is DC, because if it is still, if the potential energy hasn't dissipated completely, it's going to go straight to whatever ground it can find. But you know what? Enough about my job. Oh my god. That was not what I was expecting. Jesus. Oh no. Aldino. At your risk, I may steal a few lines from the last Aldino, and Aldino wants to play. After Cursed Green was burned, I thought it was over. It wasn't. I was actually looking up on my computer and saw a unique file called Aldino.exe. I decided to download it, but it was 4 hours long. So I decided to wait.
I'm gonna go lay down, Hanson. Okay. Don't stay up too late. It's already 1:50.
After a day after Aldino.exe was downloaded, I saw a package, and it was blood red. It looked like white, but it wasn't. And I also saw something in it. It was a doll of Aldino, but it was not an ordinary Aldino. I saw a morbid face and knew it was the Aldino from the pasta Aldino wants to play. 3 days after a morbid Aldino stared into my soul, I decided to start playing Aldino.exe. It was actually a white version, but everyone had a Pokemon named Aldino. All the wild Pokemon were Aldino, and if it was rare, it was a morbid friggin' Aldino. When I saw Aldino, I lost my memory of Aldino.exe. Woke up in some blood-covered room. Actually saw even more morbid Aldinos. I looked out the window, and there was the last Aldino. The morbid Aldinos left me outside. Good thing they were peaceful, but morbid. It was actually very scared. It was actually very scared. It was like saying, "Please don't hurt me." It was crying very sadly. I grabbed the Aldino and hugged it nicely. It looked at me, and it was saying something like it was, "Do you love me?" From Forever Mine. I did not make forever mine. Aldino then talked. I am lonely. I murmured back to it. Don't be sad. When I was going to hug it, the morbid Aldino used Blood Beam on it. Is Blood Beam really a move? When it turned into that more... I dropped it when it was that morbid version. Fainted, and I heard chanting of, kill us. Come on. We know you want to kill us. The us was faded, and it was an echo. In my fainted vision, I saw Adino. It was morbid, and they spoke, and they speak, well, odd. Blood red was a dream. The Aldino was a dream. And I feel the fuzz is causing all this. I might get cursed green again and kill Fuzz once and for all. I'm missing some context because of the other two. I've read Aldino wants to play, I believe. And yeah. Aldino, because it's the whole thing because it's double EXP for Aldinos. So they were often apparently used to farm EXP. So that's where it came from. Almost like a how dare you do this to someone kind of thing, I suppose. Aura Ridley. Full name, Aura Janelle Ridley. Height, 31 inches. Eyes, illuminating bright blue. Hair color, light blonde. Aura ran away from home at the age of 4 on the night of August 14th, 2012. She took along with her $5,600, her college money, the keys to her mother's small car, and a few things to help her along the drive. And 2 big duffel bags. One of them was filled with all the contents of her tiny dresser and a brush. 2 tubes of toothpaste, 1 toothbrush, 4 pairs of shoes, and 2 teddy bears, Lala and Lola. And a picture frame with a picture of her and her parents, Angie and William. The other duffel bag had all the books of hers and her mother's bookshelves. Her mother's books were how-to books, hobby books, and also horror novelists. Aura's continued Chill, cat. Jesus. Parkour bastards. Aura's contained baby books, a big blanket and a smaller pillow, sewing box, and some toys. Oh, excuse me. She left a note on her bare bed that said, "Don't try." On a device to the on the drive to the Leland County woods, she got tired and she pulled over an enclosed abandoned area, crawled to the back seat, got a book, her pillow, and her blanket and a small book light out, and covered all the windows with her black covers. She slowly drifted off to sleep. The car was found the next morning with the cold body of Aura Ridley. They found traces of rat poison in her bloodstream and stomach of the little angel. No one knew how it got in there or when. They filed it as a suicide. She won't rest until they know the truth. To be continued. I don't know where it's going to be continued, so I have no idea. Alright, I think we can go ahead and run through these. Alright. The Austrian Mayday Incident. On January 3rd, 2007, while broadcasting an episode of the Canadian television documentary Mayday Head-On Collision, the Australian broadcast channel, Channel 7, experienced a weird malfunction. This is a real story. The malfunction. During the airing of the documentary on the air travel disasters, the audio from the Precious News broadcast somehow replaced the original show audio. The disturbing thing was, no one knew how it happened. The audio itself was from a story about an attack on a Halliburton convoy. The only audio was a looping track of the truck driver called Preston Wheeler, reacting to the ambush on the convoy he was driving. For 5 disturbing minutes, all the people watching the documentary could hear is, "Jesus Christ, help us all, Lord." The Halliburton attack story stated that 3 people died in the attack and 2 were injured. The aftermath. The weirdest part of the story, however, is the fact that everyone affiliated with a particular story denied the fact that there was ever a mix-up. The spokesperson for the channel stated to the press that it was a technical glitch due to the audio problem, and that the line actually is from a documentary. One of the viewers said this: "I was channel surfing and heard this weird sound being repeated. I caught my attention. It was very odd, a bit creepy. There was a visual montage, but when the soundtrack began and I listened closely, the loop repeated, 'Jesus Christ.' At first I thought this was part of the show, but in 10-15 seconds I heard it say 'Jesus Christ' more than 20 times. I thought it was some kind of subliminal message or someone must have been hacked in. I tried ringing the station several times, but it never picked up. I've never seen anything like this before, and I'll probably never see it again. No one looked into it. No one bothered to find out. No one spread the word, because why would they? They certainly did a great job of covering it up." There's a few of them that I think probably do a little better in that kind of regard of like taking a broadcast interruption differently. Like 11 minutes I thought was done pretty good. Her place in F is said to Autumn Winds, a Roblox creepypasta. Her place in F is said to cause insanity. Well, for others. It does not affect them, but her story of how NF and Autumn Winds came to be. Autumn Winds, as her username is called, had showed up on the front page only once. For the record of 4 minutes, her place, NF being there, only a few out of the many who went there, posted forum pages about how it caused them to think they wanted to kill themselves. Well, I can't explain what it is exactly there, but I can tell you, you take a huge risk if you go there. She is fear. Don't like that one. You try to craft something small that would work, and it really doesn't. I'm sorry. And I'm not sure Roblox is really the area you want to go with. Avenue 42. Where I am from, there are a lot of folklores. None to our century, but still folklores. There is one, though. Avenue 42. It was mainly told while we were driving at night. You see, in Newfoundland, there is an abandoned road with a rusted sign that says Avenue 42. Legend has it that if you enter, your lights, GPS, radio, etc. will turn off. A minute later, another sign will appear. Juan Cacab Nuret, which is turn back now backwards. As you got closer, there would be a river of freshly pumped blood. Then there would be a fork left or left or right. Go outside, you'll be paralyzed in fear as your greatest fear looks you in the eyes. Either your left or your right nostril will bleed. Whichever one bleeds is the way. Thank him, or else he'll eat your soul. Then drive that way. About a minute down the silent ghost-filled road. The radio will come on with instructions. Follow them. The more you do, the more you realize this is Avenue 42. This is you. I made this when I was 11, the first one I ever made. The ending's kind of I'm confused on what that means, but I mean, it sounds like they're becoming the next person to be someone's greatest fear, is my guess. It's okay. It's your first one, so I will give some credence. It's not bad. I would have done something different in this part, though. The other part would be, shit. Where was it? Where was it? I probably wouldn't say freshly pumped blood. I would probably allude that that's what it looked like, rather than saying it was. Lennon says another time up here. I wouldn't have bothered typing it like this. I would have just went ahead and said turn back now backwards, because turn back now is pretty obvious to see backwards, because I saw it right there. So I don't know. It was okay. Away. Pain, pain, go away. I'll never rest another day. I hoped that it wouldn't stay when I threw my life away. That's when my body I betray. The pain would leave, I prayed. But it followed me all the way. When I became hell, fire's prey. So it's about the torture in hell or whatever. And I will say, the way it rhymed, very clever. I wouldn't say creative so much, but points. You got points. Azahoth by H.P. Lovecraft, 1922. When age when age fell upon the world, the when age fell upon the world, and wonder went out to the minds of men. The grey cities reared the smoky skies, tall towers grim and ugly. In those shadow, in whose shadow none might dream of the sun of the spring's flowering meads. When learning stripped the earth of her mantle of beauty, and poets sang no more save the twisted phantoms seen in the bleared and inward-looking eyes. When these things had come to pass, the childish hopes had gone forever. There was a man who traveled out of life on a quest into spaces, whither the world's dreams had fled. Of the name and abode of his men little was written, for they were the waking world only, yet it was said that both were obscure. It is enough to say that he dealt with a city of high walls where sterile twilight reigned, that he toiled all day along shadow and turmoil, coming home at evening to the room whose one window opened, not to open fields and groves, but on a dim court where other windows shared a dull despair. From the casement one might see only walls and windows, except sometimes when one leaned so far out and peered to the small stars that passed and became mere walls and windows, and must soon drive a man to madness whose dreams and reads much. the dweller in the room used night after night. Guys, it's just like one big run-on sentence. God damn it. Leaned to peer aloft to glimpse a small fragment of things beyond the waking world and the tall cities. After years, he began to call the slow-sailing stars by name, and to follow them in fancy when they glided regretfully out of sight. Till the length of his vision opened many secret vistas, whose existence no common eye suspected. And one night a mighty gulf is bridged, and the dream-haunted skies swell down to the lonely watcher's window to merge with the close air of his room, and to make him part of his fabulous wonder. There come to a room wild streams of violet midnight glittering with dust of gold, vortices of dust and fire, swirling out of the ultimate spaces and heavy perfumes from beyond the worlds. Opiate oceans poured there, litten by suns, and the eye may never behold, and having litten by suns that the eye may never behold, and having their whirlpools strange dolphins and sea nymphs of regrettable depths. Noisy infinity eddied around the dreamer and wafted him away without teaching the body, and learned stiffly from the lonely window. And for days, not counted in men's calendars, the tides of the far spheres that bore him, greatly to join the course of the other cycles, tenderly left him sleeping on the green sunrise shore. A green shore fragment with lotus blossoms and starred by red camelids. I'm not sure what the hell I just read. But, yeah. That's all the A's. That is all of the A's for the single pages, or what it considered single pages, considering the one. So the last one we did was Azathoth. 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 Sure. Alright, so I'm curious. Let's just go ahead and whee. So that's 131 that we've gone through in 2 streams. So 131 in 2 streams. Wait, we can get a calculator. I'm just curious. I want to put some numbers to this. Forgive me. Okay. So 8 30, just round it. Divided by 133 131. Oh shit. I put minus. Wait, just clear it. All right. 8830 divided by 131. Times 2. So according to this, if this was the same pace for every single video to finish, it would take 134 streams. Holy shit. Damn. Keep in mind, we did like 60 the first time. This time, we got like 70. Now, it's only because they're as short as they are. Like, when you get down to it, I mean, these are all right here. It doesn't start till way down here, that's when it starts to actually be something else. So yeah, it all right. So I'm gonna do something to kind of detox. I gotta get my mind off some of this shit. Um, so thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. Check out links in the description below. Feel free to check out my Twitter, Facebook. Don't do much on Facebook. Discord. Uh, consider donating to Patreon, I guess. I don't know. I try and donate when I can. Uh, but there's no expectation. Um, yeah, I guess have a good one. I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go, so you guys stay safe. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you were able to move after the food comas. And always remember, you have potential. Bye.